Make sure I got my sound off here. That's neat. Let me get out of that. There we go. Look at that. It's Santa. Santa's joined us.
Good sir, I am known as Pizza Claus.
Pizza Claus.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome to another Saturday night Sci-Fi Shadowchat. We're going to be talking about space travel, but before we do that, how the hell are you guys doing tonight?
Pizza.
Pizza,
Pizza,
Brian?
pizza. Good. Trying to. I got a buddy of mine gave me a new 3D printer, a Saturn II 8X
Well, let me guess. He just
or
wants free
8K.
print. He just wants free prints because this is what, like, the fifth, seventh free printer you've got.
Second one I've got. No, so he got one of the brand new. What is it, like 20K resolution, self leveling
Nice.
resin one? So he's like, "You want this old one?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, dude!" And he's all you gotta do is change out the LCD panel. I'm like, "Oh, really?" He's, "I've got it. You just got to do it." I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll take it."
It's not hard.
Yeah, it's not hard.
You just gotta press the ribbon cable thing out, slide it out, and slide
Yeah.
it. Make
I've
sure you
watched
put
a
it
couple
the right
videos
way
on how to
around.
do it. But this thing's a fucking beast. Look how big it is. It's a lot bigger. The build plate is. Let me see if I have the build plate. It's somewhere around here. My fucking game room is a mess, guys. It's bad.
Yep. I'm going to redo the.
Isn't it like 4x7 or something
Yeah,
like
it's
that?
about that big. It's
With like a
Phoenix.
nine Z axis.
Yeah, it's huge. So I can pretty much do any modeling in my scale, like vehicles and buses, space cruisers.
Nice. I've been looking at some
Mine-
things, some 3D printable things. I watched. I don't know if you guys watch Uncle Adam Tabletop Minions. He did a new video on these indie gamers that are giving you, as you call it, like the full package. Uh, insert your own jokes. And I saw that spaceship game. It was kind of Trekky looking. I could get into something like that if it's less. How would they call Battlefleet Gothic, like ironclads in space?
Right.
Something that I know because my buddies and I, we were trying to simulate a 3D space battle. Where there were different elevations for vehicles, and that's freaking hard. The only way to do it is either multi plexiglass layers like 3D chess in Star Trek, or you have like telescoping poles that the minis are on, and
That's the diehard, like the war gamers, because like this 2-dimensional fucking bullshit that it's just a board and it's bullshit. But like the hardcore guys, they have the telescopic things
because
that
it
they use.
it makes more sense. And a lot of people are like, well, you can't really shoot ships when they're going that fast. Shut up. Computers will compensate. I want to shoot. I want to go fast. I want to blast shit. Like in all the movies. We got spoiled with Star Wars and Star Trek. Space battles. That's what we want to do. We can suspend our disbelief on that one thing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's pointless. And you'll never do it. And you know what? Someone's not going to figure out how to shoot ships moving at tens of thousands of kilometers a second or whatever. Of course they are. You just shoot ahead and hope for
That's
the best.
like, why do some guys that were like ex-naval, like captains and shit or whatever,
Right.
and they loved Harpoon, like the original Harpoon, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the Harpoon board in itself is massive, and he's like, "Yeah, dude, times this by like 100, and that's the actual true range to scale." Because these missiles are like curvature of the Earth kind of shit.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I poo-poo anyone that complains about BattleTech, is because it's like it's smaller for gameplay.
Yeah.
You just assume that it's smaller for gameplay. You know.
Same as Epic. I was always bitching about how in Epic Space Marines the infantry had a 10 centimeter range with their bolt guns, and I'm like, this is
Yeah.
freaking nothing. But when you account for fog of war, dust in the air, smoke, uh, cover that you wouldn't even be able to see at that scale, there's all kinds of reasons why. Sure, you can take your rifle and target it out to half a mile even if you know what you're doing. But
That's why I like
that's one
games that
shot.
have. I like games that have like you hit really well in this range, you hit shitty in this range, and it's a Hail Mary any further than that.
Yeah. My game's like that. And we've got a point blank, we've got effective range, long range, and then extreme is this plus. It's like you have to get a we play ones are better than 20s. So if you roll a 1, you're gonna hit at that fucking huge massive range. It's like it is.
Yeah.
It's just like just luck.
Yeah.
But like my like in my game, you can shoot off the board.
Yeah, because
shoot off the fucking board.
very very few instances, historical records of let's say World War II on snipers were actually shooting at extreme range, multiple targets, multiple shots. It was like sit, wait, take that one shot, and then get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
There was that one case where that guy was
Yeah.
up in the tree. I think it was during Vietnam or Korea, and he was just taking dudes out left and right as they were charging him. But that was like one
Yeah.
guy. That was like Audie Murphy style, the one guy. And you can't have game after game after game where you've got that miraculous hero.
I see it being easier in a large battle because you got like a lot of other distractions that are more visible for the guys on the ground than like, oh, okay, the sniper taking out a convoy or whatever.
Yeah.
That there's not like a lot of in the average 40K game.
Yeah,
a sniper could hold his nest a lot longer than
because it's just the range. Yeah.
Well, it's also who are you going to assume the fire's coming from? Some random building or the 15 Space Marines?
Sure. That's another thing. It's like the 40K really lost. I mean, I left because of the game mechanics, but then like the lore got more refined and whatnot, and I'm just like, realistically, you couldn't play a Space Marine army on the table, because they're godlike, and they would just wipe in reality on the board. They would just fucking destroy everything and be like maybe wounded. A couple guys get wounded. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that's why some of the armies were so extreme, like the Tyranids. With they could take it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they're a horde army. Yeah.
Well, not just that, but because of their biology. They weren't. So, okay, so I got my arm blown off. The Queen's telling me go. I'm going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And even that they fucked that up.
The Necrons were, like the height of technological prowess of, a mechanized being. So again, you've got, okay, I'll just get rebuilt, so I'm going to continue forward. Everything else, orcs, it's just hordes, and they're going to get mowed down, and if their morale don't break, they just keep coming. Imperial Guard, that's retarded to even have them on the battlefield, like against the Marines. The Marines would just eat them for lunch. The Eldar, the only thing the Eldar's got going for them is speed, and as everybody knows, strength and endurance beat speed every time. Sorry, it's just the way it is. If all things are equal, speed's equal to the endurance or the strength. Speed doesn't do dick.
But even if you follow the stories of 40K, you probably never see Eldar on the battlefield. You'd rarely ever see a Space Marine. You would see the horde armies more than anything. So,
well, yeah.
I always thought they should have. I know the Space Marines are real popular, right? But I always thought the Space Marines should have been like support elements to like Imperial Guard. So you could have like one Space Marine.
In the old days, you could do that. You could have allies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of agree with you. Like, it's stupid that Imperial Guard's also supposed to be a horde army,
Yeah.
because they are the unwashed masses and all that.
Yep.
Lurder. Um, but the fact that they're so expensive and they're rarely ever updated, or it's like a trope. If the Imperial Guard gets updated, a new edition is coming out.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up,
So
Crafting Gamer? Welcome to the show. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. I
Yeah.
do not believe I've ever heard that name before, but welcome
That's
to the
cool.
show. We will eventually get to the actual topic, but in the
Maybe.
beginning, we like to shoot shit for a while. George or Doc or even Crafting might show up. Raven might show up as well, so we will want to give them a little time. Otherwise, we will move on without them.
Yeah, and then we'll pretend to get to the topic, and then just get distracted shooting the shit
By
again.
something else, yeah. Sure.
But no, it's like it should be like the cheapest army to get into, because it's a humanocentric game, reasonably so.
Yeah.
But like, you should be encouraged to buy that 40 Imperial Guard box for like $25.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
what I
and it
mean?
should
Like,
be that.
and it should be that. Right?
But we're living in the world of GW.
Yeah.
It's not like that.
But
I don't know, man. It's just
you know how many freaking 12-year-olds would be onboarded to the game and hooked for life if that was
yeah.
the case?
If starter armories were, I mean, there's this is a great value. It's only $150. 150 fucking bucks. Okay, that might be a great value in like the hobby, but that's way too fucking expensive for most people at anything.
At
It's like,
any age, let alone,
yeah,
like a kid saves his lunch money for a month and can buy into the game.
exactly.
Is how things used to be. It's not that way anymore. It's like, that's why you kill so many of like the real world hobbies.
Just gets to, I don't know. But then
Mercurius.
you've got gamers like Holy Diver. He's fully embraced the idea that this is like a luxury hobby.
Well,
right?
it is,
and it is, but it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to.
It shouldn't be.
Right. Well, it depends on what you mean by luxury. If you mean, $25 is a luxury,
No.
then we're screwed.
No, he means like, you choose between your Lambo or playing GW
this is a
games.
premium. Yeah, this is a premium.
Yeah,
game.
that's a little
like,
that's a little
not
extreme.
everybody can enjoy.
Yeah, it's absurd.
I was talking about in one of my videos earlier this week. How for $20, not even $20, it was $15. I bought my first player's handbook, and back then, that was like 25 packs of cigarettes. Okay, which is like $250 today. Mind you, that's it shouldn't be that much, because we don't pay 50. We pay about $50 for a player's handbook in the newest game, maybe 60 for a brand new book like that. Okay, let's say $50.
Yeah, but like, economy of scale was different. That's why I'm not always a fan of people comparing prices from.
Right? Yeah, well, I mean, it's been a lot of decades with a lot of ups and downs of inflation and things like that. What's up, Squirrel? Welcome to the show, brother.
Well, there's only been ups. Squirrel Hermit.
But I mean, if you think about it, how much money should or could a 14-year-old kid be able to scrounge up at any given month or 2 month period to save up to get into a game like any war game at all? Is $50 out of the question?
No, $50 is not out of the question. I'd say as a complete army is like I don't need to buy another army until I feel like changing the flavor of the game, which is totally reasonable and should be done in war games. 100, maybe $150, all in.
And how many vehicles would that include?
Probably a couple.
That would be the standard entire game. I have one full complete army to play this game with.
Well, because sometimes they seem to put a bit of a weird premium on the vehicles over the infantry. That's just been
Yeah.
But
my perception of it, because I would think maybe 2 or 3 vehicles and about 50 dudes, whether they're
like
special
a platoon of
characters or
troops.
officers. To me, that should be there's literally no reason why an officer miniature who's only a little more detailed should be 3, 4, 5 times the price of your average infantry.
Yeah.
When you're talking sprues, it's all the same. You know what I mean? They're not paying more. I remember I
Well,
was
they're paying
blown
more to get the actual cast made, but
if it's
like,
not if it's separate from if it's on its own little sprue, yeah. Because I remember
yeah,
I went to Games Workshop when they first opened here a couple of years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, and I walked in and one captain was like $25.
Oh
One little
shit, that's
sprue.
cheap.
20, 50 bucks is what it is today.
Fucking
I'm like,
crazy.
no way.
Yeah.
I picked up stuff from Archon Studios.
I found it ridiculous at 12.
Yeah,
And it was less than that when I stopped playing the game.
when I was playing, though, you could pick up a metal any like captain or officer for maybe $7 to $9, depending on Commissar Yarrick and Thraka Gaskell or whatever the schmeg his name was. They had bigger extra arm pieces, but it was like maybe $10, maybe $12. My memory is shady.
Yeah,
But let's
in
just
that
say it was
market.
$10 for a standard bearer or a captain or something with with separate arms. $10. Okay, it's metal.
Okay,
Okay,
so
that's
I got the one of the early, like, the boxes were still black for the Space Marines or 40K. The Inquisitor, not the Inquisitor, the
Commissar.
no, the guys on Mars,
The Adeptus,
the Adeptus guys. So they had
Mechanicus or something like
they
that.
had the priests, two
Mhm.
Servitor dudes, like the chopped up bare chested guys, and two other
Yeah.
guys, like one guy with tentacles and things. That box was $25, and they were all metal miniatures. And then I went back like 2 months later to buy a plastic captain, and it was the same price as 5 fucking metal miniatures.
That's true. Oh, dude. Yeah.
And I only bought those miniatures because I thought they looked cool. I didn't even need them for anything.
Yeah, forget about the fair weather guy who walks into a shop and says, "Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna buy that."
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's like
like,
there's so many fucking things I see that like I have no need to use it for anything, but I would love to paint that as because it looks cool.
Yeah.
And then I look at the price tag and it's like $70, and it was like, well, exactly. For 3 of those, I can buy a 3D printer.
Yeah,
I was about to say. I mean, I was on Cults just today, and I found like 5 different people, and you can do the entire fucking catalog from Rogue Trader to probably 4th edition for free. STLs, all that shit, all of it, all the Imperial Guard stuff, Space Marines, Eldar, Sisters of Battle, Tyranids, all that shit of the actual, out of production shit for nothing.
And if you have a moderately decent computer and the willingness to buy a draw slate for your computer, you can download Blender, and even if you don't want to sculpt from beginning, you can bring that model into it and modify it without having to like buy glue and scalpels and replace blades every 3 days.
Yeah, if you just take the time and just build the skill, you can make your army however the fuck you want. You can just create your own shit. So you don't need anything. You can just boom, I'm gonna create the Zagzog, and you just whatever that is, you just fucking make a whole army, all the different aspects of it, and pow, you got a whole army on, and you just did it yourself.
You want the arm from this one guy on this other one, you just cut it off the model and just take it and stick it on there, and
it's just that it's that learning curve,
and you still have it on the original model.
Yeah. I think these next couple of years are really gonna make or break GW in a really
interesting way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see them go out of business. I just want to see them get their freaking head on straight and realize it's
They won't.
better to get lots of new people in. You know what I mean? Than expect these whales to keep you afloat.
I mean, I
You
just
know, they,
again, I look when in the late '80s when I bought into the 40K thing, I bought everything. I fucking
yep,
had it
same here,
all.
dude. I literally had every army,
Yeah,
even Warhammer Fantasy as well, and of course I lost it all in a garage fire. But I had like 40 different tanks, a couple of the original Land Raiders. I
yeah,
had the armor cast of Tempest and Falcon grav tanks for my Eldar armies, the big resin ones.
yeah.
Just you name it, and now
I just
it would cost me tens of thousands of dollars to replace all of that.
I mean, even if you do like the
If not more.
relatively price exchange or whatever from back then, it wasn't even close to what the prices are now for these products. Not even
Nope.
Yeah.
close. But you can't because a lot of people say, "Oh well, the classic RT whatever Space Marine plastic box set was $20, and back then $20 was like $100 or whatever the fuck." I'm like that's bullshit. That's
Yeah,
bullshit.
it's not.
It
It's
doesn't
not
equate to that at
anywhere near
all.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Uh,
not
Okay.
at
So
all.
you got 20 Space Marines. You said.
Yeah, I think you got 20 in that.
I still have some of the original sprues from
Yeah.
that with the beaky
Yeah,
Space
the
Marines. I've
biggies.
got
Yeah,
like
Yeah.
I've
The
probably
the
got
really small ones.
I've probably got 10 or 15 of them still on perfect sprues. I'm never going to use them. I've got a ton of GW
You should
40K
sell those.
stuff
They go. They go pretty
that I
fast.
just picked up. Because there was a period where Jackie was, almost like wanting to get into it, but it didn't happen because we went to GW and it was like, there ain't no way. There's no
yeah,
way we're
just,
coming here
yeah,
regularly.
whatever.
Uh,
But
it,
there's people. It's almost like the tech guys that have to buy the new phone every year. They have to.
Yeah.
They got to buy the new model of whatever whatever psychosis that is. That's prevalent in our hobby, and
welcome. Sorry, George. Didn't hear you.
so
Bringing you in.
yeah, it's
In
just
for a landing.
I don't get it. I'm a realist. I ain't fucking rich. That's the
Yeah,
big thing.
but I mean, think about
I
it.
know my limitations.
Even if you didn't have, what's up, George? Even if you
Hey.
didn't have a 3D printer, but you knew a guy, and maybe you knew three other guys who wanted to start playing 40K, you could go and grab one page rules, 3D print some armies, and I bet it would barely cost $100 between the four of you.
Okay. So the standard Marine is an intercessor, correct?
Oh, I don't even know what they call them nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like that's the intercessor. A box of 10 intercessors is 75 Canadian dollars.
Is that 10? Is that 10 guys?
It
Yeah.
shows 10 in the picture.
Okay.
75 fucking dollars
For one squad.
for one intercessor squad. Not
Of,
a
of,
recon squad.
of
That's just
plastic on the sprue. Maybe there's some extra bobs and bits.
they barely do that anymore. They
Yeah, I was about to
barely
say
do that anymore.
they design them now to where you can't, or it's hard to like
They're,
scratch build and
they're not intended to be
get math and
modular.
stuff. Yeah.
You
That's-
can like trim here and trim there and do things. They're not intended to be modular. They have like no random accessories like pouches or grenades or anything like that anymore. It used to be like half the stuff in the box would go into your fucking bits box.
Yeah, that's true.
And would be great because you would just like I had a squad of guys. I traded them to a friend. I traded most of my stuff to a friend. That I had the plastic dreadnought with the light.
Yep.
I'd taken some blue stuff and copied a bunch of those and glued them onto the shoulder pad and done them up in city camo. And they were all like banded out with grenades and pouch works, so they had like a big light on one shoulder, and they were like
That's
they're
cool.
like infiltrating like compounds and shit like that, right? They looked really nice, but you couldn't do that now because you wouldn't be able to save up the 20 or 30 extra grenades from buying 5 boxes. And that box was like $35 when I stopped playing. The intercessor box.
Just I don't get it. I don't know.
Do you ever play any 40K there, George?
No, I just follow the lore and stuff and I've read some of the books, but never played the tabletop game.
Okay.
I've watched like actual plays of Rogue Trader, like it's like it's an RPG game. Those look fun. That looks like a fun setting.
That's my. I quit 40K and GW in general when third edition came around. So I played Rogue Trader.
That's funny.
And second
I had all the codexes, even for armies I didn't have.
I had the Adeptus Titanicus. I had
I got all those. I still have all those.
Here we go. All the orc books that came in during Rogue Trader. I remember the targeting grid from the vehicle manual, where that was great. Fuck, we used that. That was awesome. In fact, that's what my game is like. There's a grid. It's basically you roll a d20 and see where you hit on the vehicle. And if you don't penetrate, you could you could damage a track, or you can break the headlights, or the aerials are fucked up so the radio doesn't work, that kind of shit. So it's kind of random. It's not just this vehicle has 5 wounds to it. So, whatever. The simplicity of play, but it's not, I don't know. It's just a different game. So that's I just didn't follow along with the evolution of the fucking game being bigger and bigger.
I picked up a few. I picked up like a 3rd or 5th or 7th edition book, and it was like this freaking big. I still have it, and some other books here and there for just to for ideas on painting and things like that.
Mm-hmm. The 3rd edition was the one that was out, just come out when I started.
Okay.
And I only played a few games. And then Void came out, and that was really big in our store.
Yeah, Void was pretty cool.
Void.
Yep.
So I switched over to that.
I still have all that.
The Neo Soviets and
the Vasa. I played Vasa.
Vasa, yeah.
Now that starter box was $55.
That was a badass starter box.
And
the growlers.
You got each faction starter box, right? Yeah. You got a fully functional game in that starter box. You and your friend picked up a starter box each. You could play right away.
Yep.
You should probably put your models together and paint them and shit, but you could do that.
It was during that time that the Warzone came out too.
Oh, dude, don't even get started on Warzone, man.
Came out. There were some great fucking a Cryomech was out at that time in 2nd edition 40K. Great fucking games, man, with some cool ass minis lines, but just
it was part of that competition that kept everybody honest, because there's hey, if we charge too much, people are just going to go over here or over there because it's more affordable. Yeah, you want people to be able to afford it. Think about it. How many customers they've driven away. I was in a Games Workshop one day. Jackie wasn't there, and this guy came in with his son. His son was younger than Jackie, like maybe 8 years old, and they're talking to the owner, not the owner, but the guy who's running the store, about thinking about getting into it because his friends or something, whatever, and he starts looking around at prices like, yeah, we're not doing this. It's too expensive.
Shit, dude.
It's just 250 some odd bucks for one guy to get an army, and okay, so it's $500. The kid's 8 or 12. Yeah, no.
The parents are like, I'm not going to sink any money in this because I don't know if he's going to fucking
exactly
build it, paint it, create an army with the army books and all that shit. That's a hell of a time.
Well, not only that, at that age, the kid loses his first game, and he might just just quit, be, I'm out. I lost, man. Which
I've seen that.
The kid's 10 or 12 years old. Yeah, that's how they act. And you can't let them win. Because then they don't learn. And maybe 14 or 15, the maturity level's there, ready to go. But still, you kind of make it affordable for between, let's say, 15 to 50. If either one of those separate age group kind of things can't get into it, then you're doing something wrong. You know, even if it's like a skirmish game, 10 minis, a book,
Well,
etc., you've got to be able to make it affordable.
that was the thing. That was the point of what was the skirmish game they have? The fuck, the name is right there. You know me and
Void.
names. No, the
Rogue Trader.
GW. Yeah, no, not Rogue Trader. The one they have now.
Necromunda.
Firefight or something like that, or
Yeah,
Combat Patrol.
Combat Patrol, I think is the one. They're all variations on the same fucking thing. We're gonna make it cheaper so you can play with less models, and then it's like $200 to buy the fucking box set.
it's true. It's like what the
It's
fuck?
like no, I should be able to go to the shelf and buy the standard fucking box, like the intercessor box, put it together, and have a rule set where I can use that box only.
Or just sell. Why have a box set of it at all? Just use your damn. You got 500 fucking Imperial Guard. Just use 5 minis of that massive army and play it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you should be able to go onto the like as a new person getting into it.
Oh
you
yeah,
should be able to go.
yeah.
You should be able to go and buy. Okay, pick up any fucking standard box of troops, and play the quick start, the skirmish version of the game. You know.
Yeah, shit, dude.
But no.
What's up, Cal? Yeah, I played Warhammer Fantasy. I played 40K. I played a bunch of different war games over the years, and
it has the word team in the title.
It shouldn't be, more expensive. It should definitely be way less expensive than buying whatever the new console is out, PlayStation, Xbox. Otherwise, you are literally
against that.
cutting your own throat.
Yeah, it's like I've had people ask me, "Hey man, how do I get into this?" I'm like, "Are you into like painting models and building shit?" It's like, not really. Go buy a fucking video game, dude. You'll get more use out of it. More, you'll get, if you buy like if he has
And,
like
and it's more adaptable to your changing moods and desires.
And you play with people across the world. You still have that social interaction. It's all like, you gonna talk to each other while you're playing and all that bullshit. And it's like, unless you're into the hobby aspect of it, don't even get in it, man. Just buy
or maybe a role playing game, with your friends. Which
that's how I found out about it. It's like I used to love watching actual plays and stuff, and kind of heard about it in the background, but then watched an actual play of the game, and it was they were kind of doing it a little jokily, but it was cool. And then I start watching like Arch Warhammer videos and things like that, and I just got into the lore, And
I think my favorite playthrough guy is Ash from Gorilla Miniatures or whatever it's called. I forget. It's been a while.
Yeah.
He made every game, really easy to understand by watching one video. And anytime a new game comes out, it's like, go watch his video, and if it seems like something I could get into, then I'll think about it. Otherwise, especially like with 3rd edition, that book was massive. That was like a player's handbook and a DMG combined.
The 3rd edition book had like painting guides and shit in it too. Yeah. There were like there was a whole section on just how to make terrain and stuff like that.
But it was pretty massive, the rules section compared to the previous game, which was, it was like a 60-page book versus, obviously the codexes for each army makes a big difference. And that 3rd edition had many codexes in it for most of the armies, but still it was daunting. It was like, oh my God, you hand that to somebody who's never played before. They're like, I'm not looking for a what do they call it? Not a way of life.
The college academic course, like a fucking textbook.
But lifestyle. I'm not looking for a lifestyle.
Yeah,
because that's what it will become. And most people don't have the time or the money or the inclination. They just want a freaking beer and pretzels game, maybe a little more serious, but that's about it.
it's funny, George, what kind of battle reports do you like watching? Do you like these like refined, like really detailed, like kind of, produced games, like the production is high and all that stuff? I
Uh, I used to like some. There was one of my favorite ones, and the original guys are not on it anymore, and it got woke. Was what was it called? Happy Jack's RPG, and there were just these. There was some production value to it because there were musicians, and he would like make like a beginning to the show with like some music and stuff. But then there was just talk about the hobby and things, and then they would do actual plays. And some people were kind of more performance oriented, but they weren't like let's say like actors like Critical Role.
yeah.
So yeah, I really liked it, and then I just haven't seen the original guy who I guess started it. He's gone, and some of the people are still there, and then there's a whole bunch of blue haired weirdos.
I have always preferred like the real gamer gaming
Mhm.
reports, like guys cussing at each other, laughing, having a great
Yeah.
time. It'd be like us in the same room, just having
Yep.
a good time.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have never liked this like high production, great lighting and effects, and I mean that's cool and all, but
I like that, but it's still got to be real. Like,
yeah.
I want to see
There-
people's faces, their reactions. They're like, shit,
yeah.
or whatever.
There's a
And some of-
point. There's a point where it's too rough that it becomes hard to watch. Like, I'm just seeing two guys standing at a table. Like, if I can't tell what's going on the table, it's like, what?
Yeah, you want to get there needs to be some, like you said, there needs to be some production,
And no more than
there.
4 people. No more than 4 people. 2 on a side. That's no more
in the
than
room. Period.
Yeah, it's some and one thing is there's some of them that are like basically like improv groups that just use it as a as a method to just do improv with each other, and it gets a little like I used to watch. There was some I would watch long time ago, and the early ones were good. I just can't barely remember them because they've been so like maybe 15 years ago, and like there was like RPR. They had some good ones, role playing public radio, which is kind of a weird name, but and you have these stupid little inside jokes. It wasn't like they weren't like performing, but you'd see this stupid inside jokes. Like they would just say like they were playing Dark Sun, and the joke was like, "This is Dark Sun." They just go, something happens like, and they're like, "This is Dark Sun."
Welcome to Dark Sun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's funny because I follow there's some weird war role playing game, Octoon Cthulhu, and it's pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of the mechanics and whatnot, but I like the background and all that stuff. But then Modiphius produces it, and they'll do like some games in it, and the fucking people that are in it, it's like voice actor, professional, professional cosplayer, part of the design group. It's not normal fucking dudes. It's not just like
it's
Shadow and Justin and me and George just throwing some dice.
It's people that they know they can get and will
play it the way that needs to be played to.
Are somewhat professional, and
it just doesn't seem real.
They won't spaz out because they don't like superhero games after they signed up to play a superhero.
No
game.
flipping tables, no crying and shit.
Yeah.
There's no crying in Warhammer.
Crying?
I remember one of the older ones I'd watched, and it was kind of a tiff.
All
at the
tears
end
are tears of blood.
They were playing Savage World Conan, and they had some sort of incident at the end, and then the next actual play, one of the guys is not there anymore, and they're not talking about it.
What the fuck? It's so funny because I'm watching this game, right? And it's supposed to be like, Lovecraftian, cosmic horror, and World War II, right? Yeah. So you're talking visceral, you're talking realistic, you're talking about, and it's so fucking vanilla. I just want to throw up all over everybody. Talking about parasite troops and zombie monster men and Nazis and whatever, but it's so sterile and just so vanilla. It's just
that's sad.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean, most of us here, make videos or whatever. I'll watch my own damn video at least once before I upload it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
there've been a couple of times I'm like, okay, I got to redo this. This looks like crap. Not many times, but enough to be,
I really should do that to all my live streams.
Well, most of a lot of my videos are like, it's at the fuck it stage. Fuck it. Render.
We'll do it live.
It's up there. Screw it. Have fun, guys.
You've got to, be able to look at your own work objectively and go, yeah, this is ass. We can do better, or maybe not try so hard to make it look, professional, because there's no professional gamers, okay? There isn't. Maybe in Magic the Gathering and tournament level or something like that, where there's a prize and you're getting paid, but nobody's getting paid to play Warhammer 40K or
that's not necessarily true. I just watched some video. Some guy was talking about trying to refine and then help GW refine the tournament play or some shit, and it was showing him like going like ref, come over here and make a call like every fucking 15 minutes, and it was just like, what? I mean, I don't think there was a person involved or anything, but it was like people were playing certain ways, which were skirting the rules, and I don't know. It was just like, it was a whole other level of bullshit. It wasn't about fun anymore. It was about prestige.
Well, yeah. It's like poker. Okay, I don't know too many people who play poker for fun versus profit.
No, that's true. That's true.
If you're playing for fun, then you're probably not playing in Vegas.
How hot are the women at the table?
It's my experience that you never play with a female dealer in anything.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just lose my fucking shirt on a female dealer.
Well, because they cheat.
No, I don't know what it is. I mean, I pride myself as being a pretty good card gamer, but man, there's just something about it. It's not like I'm like googly eye or anything.
If you're, sure, it's a game, but are you playing it for fun or are you playing it for profit? Same thing with pool.
Well, if it's strip poker, like I was hinting at earlier,
that's a totally different thing. And then I'm pretty sure the goal of that game is to lose. Just saying, just not lose alone.
True. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a whole coming into strip poker. That's a whole like you're doing it to either like check out that person that you want to see naked, or you're just like everybody's fucking laughing and they're drunk or stoned or whatever the fuck. They don't care. Yeah. You know what I mean?
But if you're playing if you're playing pool or poker, at a bar or whatever, for fun, it's a completely different game or activity than if you're trying to just win for the prize. And wargaming, there is no prize.
But what's happened is it's being converted into that level of competition where it's not a game anymore. And they'll placate it with like,
it becomes
if you don't like a rule, change it. Okay, yeah, we went. This is just a framework for your fucking gaming. Don't listen to us. Play how you want to. But then on every other fucking video or work through or whatever, it's this
that's why I liken it to a sport, because the sport is more. Yeah, it's a game, but it's all about winning.
Yeah,
you play a sport to win. You don't play a sport for fun. Maybe Little League and that sort of thing. Sure. But if you're playing Little League, there's a good chance your old man shoved you into it. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Sorry, but
it was my mom in my case, and she was the fucking team coach. It was even worse.
Wow. But if you want to
fucking Little League,
play a sport for fun, the fun goes out the door when you hit high school.
Yeah.
And
I don't know, dude. I was gaming. I was a hardcore gamer in high school, dude. I was a total fucking geek.
I played a couple years of football, weekend. And as soon as I got to high school, it was like, shower the boys or trying to get down a girl's pants.
That's it. That's true.
Yeah,
no
I
contest.
didn't have that problem. So all my classes tested on Fridays. so I only showed up on Fridays.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, I had some classes like
In
that.
high school, shit.
Yeah.
At least in the States, dude. I mean, they need the kids in the seats so they get that federal money. So it's like
All the tests were on Fridays, and I showed
they
up on
wouldn't let that
Fridays.
slide. That's why they take official roll in second period, so those stragglers come in and they can get those seats filled.
Yep.
Yeah.
So and make sure, like you said, keep that money flowing. So the show, as you guys saw in the title, is the Stars Are Bust. What we're doing for this Traveler game or whatever game we decide to use uh, is we're coming up with uh, the ways mankind will start traveling through space from the year 25 or 2025 all the way up to 2525. So obviously, right now we're using chemical rockets to get from the Earth to the moon, maybe to Mars in the next couple of years, if Musk decides to really push that and gets that off the ground. We'll see. Ostensibly, it could happen if people are willing to sit in a tin can for a couple of years to get there, right, and back.
No. Mars is
Forever.
6 months at the most.
Is it?
And they're never
One
coming
way.
home though.
One way.
Yeah, one way.
Okay, so a year in a tin can
Yeah.
with no support once you get there.
Could be like another Australia, like Mars could be like another Australia. They're just sending like the criminals that see if they survive.
The refugees.
The refugee or whatever. Yeah, it's just like, there you go. You can go here and do your own thing.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go through in about like
no
50,
supplies.
roughly every 50-year increment between now and 2020, 25, we're going to advance how mankind gets from the Earth to Pluto, and potentially even if a breakthrough comes up between then, from our star to Alpha Centauri or other stars, whether it be by jump gates or
Do you want me to ask ChatGPT?
See what AI has to say about it.
I've been watching the Expanse again.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and that sort of beginning scene where they just sort of you see the little thing on Mars and it's kind of expanding and stuff, and the settlements getting built bigger and things like that. It's kind of cool.
I've never seen that, but I do have
the
the Enterprise opening theme song as part of kind of like the similar idea, because obviously for the game that we're going to run, there will be the possibility of going from one star to another, but before you can run, you got to learn how to walk and crawl. So tonight we're going to discuss the various stages to get to whatever form of jump drive, warp drive, whatever it is, so that you can run a lowish to mid tech traveler game, and it not just be limited to Earth and the Moon. Eventually, they'll get to Pluto, and
well, a lot of people, you're talking about solving the propulsion problem. Maybe some of these games need to just be these like lifeboat vessels and the intricacies of the relationships in these vessels that's going to take 5
colony
years.
ships. You mean
Colony ships to get because it's like you say, chemical rockets. It's going to take a slow drive. So you got the whole thing is just in the trip, not getting to the location, but the trip itself.
We set up too much of the outer world to lock it down to.
Well, I was thinking about colony ships. I could see how like one faction on Earth or let's say Mars decide to make a colony ship, and it's going to take X amount of years to get to let's say Jupiter or Pluto, right? But in the interim, somebody comes up with a new technology and freaking streaks past that colony ship.
Or like goes to that colony ship and says, "We'll just move you along faster
Yeah,
because we got
Yeah.
the tech now."
and they find out it's
I've
full of mutants and cannibals.
Which is a
one
good
of the things,
scenario.
one of the
You should
things
write it.
about distances in space and stuff. So if you ever seen people that have done some cool videos about this, where they do like a model of the solar system, and like they go to the football field at the local high school, and on the goal line they'll put a little P, and that's the sun, and there's a little speck, and that's like the Earth, and it's like you're like within a couple of feet of that P, and then like maybe at the first yard line is like Mars, and then Jupiter, the second yard line, and maybe by the time you get to like the 60th yard line or so, 50 yard line or so is, or the other end of the football field somewhere is Pluto.
Right.
And then they just get into a car, drive 100 miles, and that's like Proxima Centauri. And then you drive another mile to get to Alpha Centauri, because Proxima Centauri is in a very big distant orbit. So one of the things is but our solar system isn't just up to Pluto. It's the Kuiper Belt, which is probably goes maybe at least another distance beyond Pluto as Pluto is to the sun, maybe a little further.
Isn't there a
And then there's
term like
Oort cloud.
Uranus further
Trans-Neptunian.
Trans-Neptunian. That's it.
Yeah. And so like they have like Eris, and there's a whole bunch of them that they're documenting. And of course there's the idea of Planet X, which is somewhere out there, which is supposed and they never quite and they never quite explain it very well, but why it's like, please don't dumb everything down, just explain why you think it's there, but
Planet X is a woo thing.
Is it what?
That's woo thing believed by fucking new age religious cultists and
no this like astrophysicists are saying that the orbits of like the various Kuiper Belt objects like Eris and Pluto and stuff.
It's funnier to call it a woo thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they also predicted there would be, the same scientists a century earlier felt that like there would have been there's something between Mercury and the Earth, Mercury and the Sun, but then they realized the physics was off, and the weirdness of Mercury was caused by just the difference between Isaac Newton and Einstein kind of physics. But now the Oort cloud itself, that's where all the comets supposedly come from, and that reaches out to almost a whole light year away from the Earth. So it seems like the sun is like has influence almost to about a light year. And I can almost picture that other stars are almost touching each other with their influence in many ways. So
yes,
maybe have a gap of a light year. Yeah. So they're exchanging some of these Kuiper Belt objects and Oort cloud objects. So I imagine there are probably going to be reasons to be that far out in space, to be like, way beyond Pluto. And there are rocks out there that might be the size of Pluto that we just can't see out there. They're just going to be much further from each other because their orbits are so far apart. So I can imagine space stations, science stations. They've been talking about maybe putting a science station about 1,000 astronomical units from the sun, so you could use it for gravity lensing with the sun and things like that. So there's some pretty interesting ideas out there. So I could picture a very built up solar system beyond what we think of as the regular solar system
in the next 150 years.
Sure,
definitely. There's a book series called The Owner. I've recommended it to you a few times. It's about a smart guy, and like take all the creepy totalitarian conspiracy theories Alex Jones has about the World Economic Forum and the UN and all that crap. That stuff happens, and then we're living in that world, and then other stuff. Nonetheless,
gay frogs turning tricks on the street.
Yeah, there are gay frogs turning tricks in the streets, except for the gay frogs who have gone extinct. Right, but it's that kind of world with like the forever poor people and shit like that, and then it's about 150 200 years in the future. So you got elitists making Supermen and crap like that, and one of their projects goes wrong. Doesn't matter. Good book worth I think there's 3 of them. Doesn't matter. They have a continuous station, like an asteroid, that was going from Earth orbit to Mars orbit and back, just on an automatic like slingshot loop.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So you just you just take off from Earth, get on this thing, just cool out there in that space
Kind of
station.
like Life Force, where the vampires are hanging in Haley Comet's tail, and then when it makes the loop back, they like come back and feed, and they just kind of ride it.
Yeah, they do that. I don't remember that part of Life Force. All I remember is the vampire. All I remember is the vampire
chick.
That's the only part worth remembering.
Remember, it was the big like umbrella ship that was in Haley's Comet, and then it like started to come to Earth and sucked up all. Yeah, man. Great fucking movie, man. Great movie.
But nonetheless, you could have that like just a constant slingshot. That's its only station keeping is to make sure it stays in its slingshot pattern. And otherwise, it's just like it picks up raw resources and refines it on the trip back and drops off refined ores and shit like that.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Like it's sort of like it's a trolley that ships just can kind of get up and meet when it comes by.
Yeah. And obviously, once you set that up, it's like set up, right? So, and
yeah,
that's like a near future kind of thing that can be done.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be just Mars.
Yeah.
There's sort of this in the solar system, like water is very common in the outer parts, and less common on the inner parts. It just sort of evaporates away, and unless it's like on a gravity well like Earth, it just doesn't really stay around. Or just you might find a couple frozen shadowy spots, and there are asteroids have some, but the asteroids have like stuff from the asteroid belt and there's more carbon and stuff like that. There's sort of exchange of like water and carbon and nitrogen from various parts of the solar system. Could be an interesting trade network.
So what do you think? What do you think, guys, is going to be the next like big step away from chemical?
Well, I was just going to ask, do you guys think that we have enough fucking shit on the planet to do any of this? Like materials, minerals, whatever? You think we have enough on the planet to just even do something like that?
Oh, yeah.
First of all, once we have enough to build small infrastructure in orbit. And once you've got that ability, you can start expanding
grabbing stuff from the
locations.
moon.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about helium-3?
Yeah.
You think that's going to be the next big breakthrough for us?
No. That's a short-term thing.
They talk about it for fusion, but that's about it. Like a little shortcut for fusion.
Right, but
the
I'm talking the next big breakthrough between now and 2050.
Now in 2050. Gosh. Let's see.
Or do you think there might not even be anything that big other than refining the chemical rocket process?
Yeah, probably liquid metal engines and things like that. I've seen some breakthroughs on that not too long ago. Where the you got like a liquid metal, and it's wicked on a glass spike through plasma, and then it when it gets to the point, it just bursts off into a thrust,
like an ion drive or something?
in that vein.
There's one theory about it's called metallic hydrogen, where it's sort of monatomic. Hydrogen is usually H2, but one of the things with rocket engines and reaction engines, basically, where reaction mass is pushing the spaceship, they want to have it as one. The smallest singular particle is the most efficient way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But metallic hydrogen is kind of a a theorized form of hydrogen. They think that might be at the core of places like Jupiter, and it's you could probably make it, and it may become stable, and that like you can take it, and it doesn't necessarily have to still be under those conditions that made it form.
Okay, let's take those two ideas. What would be like the increase in speed, or would it just be an increase in efficiency?
I think we're looking at efficiency right now. Like, our biggest
Yeah,
problem is not moving around in space right now. It's getting out of a gravity well. So, like, our first step is getting off planet with low cost, and then speed is like a deal after that. So, getting things into orbit cheaply is our biggest barrier to lunar colonization, Martian colonization, and exploring the rest of the solar system. If you can get mass into orbit, so like a space elevator would be the most logical thing to do.
yeah.
Okay,
But
what about um, because once we get to the moon more
I'm
readily and Mars, I was thinking, instead of sending, massive resources, uh, something like the equivalent of 3D printers, you bring the 3D printers and then you hope to God you find the materials to shove into the 3D printers.
you will
yeah,
find the
Yeah,
materials
yeah, I know, but
for.
you know, but uh, if you've got a 100-man team that lands on Mars, how much are they going to be able to build and start building to make room for the next 100 or 250 men?
yeah. One
Well,
thing with the moon would be it is always everything. There's going to be a lot of the stuff that they need there. It's just on Earth, it's always a matter of where it's economical to make. Like you can find gold in a lot of places. It's too diffuse. So even in the Martian rocks, you will be able. It wouldn't be, let's say, ore quality that you want to find on Earth, but if there's automation involved, and since the moon has a lot of, it's just basically no atmosphere, so solar power is way more viable there than here, for example. Though it's
Mhm.
in some ways it's not, because they have uh two
dust
weekday night cycle.
storms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the dust storms would
Oh, the meteor, yeah, the
destroy
little
them.
micrometeorites and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the advancement would be in weird metamaterials where,
That was another thing I was thinking about.
yeah, and it would things that could like reflect microwaves and gamma rays and things like that. So we got mirrors that can reflect light. I'm not sure if they, how far along are we that if they can reflect things like gamma rays and microwaves. I don't think they can reflect gamma rays, but reflecting microwaves is a little bit difficult. So one of those things is like ideas of light sails. Is if the mirror's not perfect and you're just pumping tons of like high powered laser energy into them, they'll just evaporate if they're like not almost like 99.999% reflective materials. So I think that would be one of the things. Have you guys ever heard of breakthrough starshot?
No.
No.
The concept is to take, so one of the problems with going to light, not light speed, but relativistic speeds, percentages of the speed of light, is just an amount of energy involved to move like me and you, a spaceship, a Saturn V rocket, or even like the lunar module or something that size, is just phenomenal. And to put it out there in space, like Justin was saying, is sort of hard, another hard part. But the idea of making a probe that was like the size of a cell phone, and taking
Hmm.
that and putting a large solar sail on it, but one that would use something like microwaves, and then you would take a station that would be um, on the ground on the moon and Earth, all kind of transmitting all this energy concentrated onto this
Sale.
reflector that would, yeah, but it would be reflecting more than likely microwaves, because that's one of the, from Earth to space, like light just kind of just gets too diffuse, but
Mhm.
microwaves can make it through the atmosphere relatively easily. And putting all that energy into the sail of this small tiny craft, and with, it's not in currently within engineering, but it is well within scientific physics to do it. to get something that could go to maybe 10% the speed of light to get to Proxima Centauri, one way passing through, take a couple of snapshots, but they'll be there in 30 years.
Okay, so between now and 2050, people on the moon regularly, or no? Not yet. Beginning like the
It's how
equivalent
much
of
will. It's all dependent on how much will we have,
well,
and I currently don't see that from anyone now.
I could
Next 50
picture
years,
what I could picture is an upstart country doing it, like some
Macronesia.
country that, yeah. I was thinking, maybe Russia gets their ass in gear,
or
maybe
China.
or China.
China.
China's got a lot of problems right now. Yeah, could be China.
Well,
It could be like whatever comes after China, because
no,
it looks like
I don't see China going anywhere anytime soon.
Oh, they're having a lot of problems there.
You think so? I
They're
think
losing.
it's
There is this history, and it's going to be set. If I don't want it to happen, because it's like, if you're like look at like the wars that kill the most people, it's like World War II, some Chinese Civil War, World War One, some other Chinese Civil War. It's just like the numbers are just
I
massive.
don't think the actual things in China are real. I think they're manufactured by your State Department.
It could be,
and they're only on that one island that used to be owned by the British, and it's all fake and gay, with
it's
that
quite possible.
exception. Yeah, and the Chinese have been trying to, like, the Chinese government have been trying to alleviate their problems, but their main problem is that there are so many of them living on an island, and they won't leave that fucking island. Right? It'd be like if no New Yorker ever left New York. And then they were complaining about the overcrowding of New York, but they refused to leave New York.
Yeah, it could be China, but I'm not like I think it wouldn't be necessarily the one controlled by the CCP.
Yeah,
and it could be motivated by like you're saying, they just change their attitude and say, well, we got to colonize space or something.
Well, it's not that they've built entire cities just on the other side of the fucking river, and they said, we'll give you these apartments for free, just move over there. And they're like, no. And then those cities, just like ghost cities in China, you've seen them. It's like they're sitting empty because
it's similar to North Korea.
No.
No,
well, technically you don't own them. You get a 70-year lease.
Yeah, you get a 75-year lease or something like that.
Yeah,
that's how the government. That's how local governments make money, is they lease out property.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you know what I mean, though, right? Like, if you're like complaining that you can't afford to live in a 3-foot by 5-foot room in your goddamn city, but they're offering you a 4-bedroom apartment with kitchen and living room and full bath
and a car,
and you're like, and you're refusing to move over there, and it's literally across a bridge, right?
I think, in my opinion, I think
move to New Jersey, you motherfucker.
It would have to be multi-nation. I don't think one nation would.
Yeah.
First of all, politically would be able to motivate or have the brain power to do all that.
Especially if you look at, for example, the first people to claim the moon, right? The first country says, we're taking the moon, or we're taking this big chunk of the moon. There's going to be sabotage and wars to prevent people from doing that. I do think you might need a.
Wasn't that Ad Astra movie? Wasn't that kind of going on? Like,
Ad Astra was a book about a guy's father being assassinated, and he went to go look out, and it turns out it was actually him.
Yeah, well, it had something like that on the moon. Like, there was areas of the moon that were claimed by countries, and then like they're fighting over it or some shit.
Yeah.
So okay, let's jump to the next 50-year increment from 2050 to 2100.
I think if there were revolutionaries in electric propulsion systems, not ion drives, but like actual energy fields around that time, they're shit. They're no better than chemical rockets, but you don't need the big fuel tank.
Mhm.
That would be a good idea to have around there. Maybe they're even slower, but you've got your suitcase sized nuclear reactor on your ship.
Have we ever thought about, like, instead of us going into space, has there ever been ideas of modifying humans to live in space somehow, like consciousness and robots or
Fucking mutants.
whatever the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean, because you gotta have the atmosphere. You gotta basically imitate Earth in these structures and take them into space.
Well, you gotta imitate a
Yeah.
submarine.
That's I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
one of the
Well,
things would
not only
be
that, the lack of gravity does terrible things to the human body,
Yeah.
exactly.
and you're going to need sort of like the equivalent of colonies in space, not even on the moon yet, to like breed a new breed of astronaut.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to ships, you've got the the momentum, creating the inertia, creating synthetic gravity.
I mean, would you think it'd be easier
Um,
to manipulate the human body into a spacefaring, friendly thing instead of
the
dealing with all
problem
this?
is that can easily become like a okay, so you've manipulated your body. Your kids will be more sustainable for space, but what are they going to live their entire lives in orbit? We're going to move the whole
Yeah,
species to orbital platforms
There
because
could be something that happens at sort of a intermediate step, like where people are uh, more amenable after the next 50 years in the latter half of the century to be genetically modified. Like maybe there is like another plague or something, and people are like, well, the only the only thing you have to do is take this sort of gene therapy and do and and you're immune to the virus or something like that. Which I wouldn't take, but
yeah,
I like what Cal says here. We'll send automated ships that will raise humans from fertilized eggs in the future
I mean,
after arriving at the
yeah, but
destination.
that
never.
makes sense. Instead of moving people, we just move the
that
material
that's
that can
that's
create people.
that's really good for claiming territory if you're like competing with alien races, but it's not really good if you like what's the motivation for you to do that? What profit does Brian,
Yeah.
the space tycoon, our government get from that? You don't get new territory for your flag. You don't get new trade routes for your company. So
Well,
See,
why
if
would you do
Tax
it?
money.
well
those are
if a percentage of the effort is designed to start, you know, throwing packages toward the Earth of resources, and then we
But
catch them.
how do you assure that? Like, why would the embryos on the other end give a shit about Earth?
Well, if the
They develop their own
indoctrination system
mythos of falling
if
from
the
the sky.
indoctrination system is sufficient, it would, raise children that think that they're, uh, you know, they're rewarded for their work somehow, and if you really, curtail what they're allowed to do to begin with,
That sounds
then
kind of fucking evil, bro.
well,
yeah.
yeah. I am not sure about. Well, one, it's how do we make people spacefaring? It's like the idea is like, is it even okay to conceive a baby in space? Like, is that just you're just experimenting on your kids?
Well,
Like
Well,
or
it
even
depends on the volunteers who are,
It just depends
part.
on the government too. It's like certain governments don't give a fuck.
yeah,
well,
They'll just do it
well,
anyway.
Are we talking about China again?
No, I'm just.
no.
might be. Yeah,
We're talking about,
I,
we're talking about politics that are happening now. I mean, shit,
yeah.
what are
Yeah.
the politics of being,
Well,
2,500?
we are keeping it to the solar system in the next 500 years of this outline, right? So,
Happy little
um,
accidents in space. Nice,
Yeah,
Cal.
there's
yeah,
those people that are stuck in space for like several months now. So I don't
Mhm.
think that woman
yeah.
is worth
Right, right,
childbearing age.
And I'm sure all of you have heard of the Russian astronauts up in space that were pretty much no more than chew toys for the male astronauts. Um,
Really?
I don't believe that. I believe that's the kind of thing that your government likes propagating a lot.
well, to be
Did you?
honest and fair, I think that
Now,
if you've got men and women in space,
there
things
is a
can happen.
case. There is a case of a female American astronaut falling in love with one of her male astronauts, then killing his wife when they got back on Earth.
Trying to. He
Trying to.
didn't kill
Okay,
him. Yeah,
she
he
got
didn't-
arrested.
Yeah.
She got
Yeah.
arrested with the gun in the Walmart parking lot.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever hear about
Yeah.
one of the first women on the space station? She tried to drill a hole in it.
What the fuck?
Like she was, yes, she was. I hate to say it, but she was a diversity hider. She's the first POC female in space.
Not the one that was
And
on
but
Star Trek.
What's a POC? Oh, piece of shit?
person of color. She was a
person of
Hispanic, I
color,
think,
okay.
woman. Not they're just too eager. I'm not saying that people of color are not qualified to be astronauts. I think just people in these departments just find the first person they can and they just throw them in, even if they're qualified or not. So and she, of
I
course,
would
the
be a
U.S.
lot harsher than you.
NASA has denied all this, but apparently the Russian astronauts say she was apparently she couldn't handle the toilets, and she wanted to go home like the first week, and she was supposed to be there for months. And they're like, they tried to give her own toilet, so what she did was she sabotaged the toilet because she wanted to go home. She kept sabotaging things till they sent her home. They said, well, let the Russians use your toilet. The Russians did not let her use their toilet because they knew she was sabotaging it. Apparently, at one point she tried to drill a hole. Tried to drill a hole into the space station out through the side
to
walls.
Pressurize it.
Yes.
Did she not understand that she'd be the first victim of her sabotage?
Well,
they eventually cave in and they sent the crew in to take her home.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, is space like maritime law? Because I meant like, I think like if you're like, let's say a fishing boat, because I've seen this on the Deadliest Catch. Like if a crew member on the Deadliest Catch wants to quit or whatever, they have to send him back. They can't just hold him until they're done.
You can't just send a person back in space.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I mean, you can't kidnap.
You can
somebody.
walk home.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It's like technically you're sending people up there, but if they want to go home,
you signed up for the
kidnapping.
I think that's one of the first core ingredients of any good space vehicle is a brig.
There's a brig.
Yeah, a good large one. You need that. You need those cells.
Well, I don't know about cells. I was thinking more like a dental chair and a syringe system and
tranquilizers, definitely.
IV.
Well, I would be more harsh. I would be like in Star Trek, the mirror, but it would be a one way. The pain booth.
Mm-hmm.
The pain booth.
So, you mean the airlock?
No. The white phosphorus strip.
Oh, okay. White phosphorus strips.
Whoa. When I do Chinese water torture, it doesn't have water involved.
So after we've started working on space elevators and nuclear engines,
and then maybe some sort of like low band energy drive, like just like some space tug
to make the journey from the moon to Mars easier.
Yeah, well, from the space elevator to wherever, or from wherever to wherever in the system, but like that would be like 2025-ish, right?
That's next year.
Oh yeah, I mean 2250. Yeah. But I wouldn't mind it if it was next year.
I don't know.
See, how about
I honestly don't think the human race will get it us all enough to get it going. To be honest with you, it's
Yeah,
first of all,
well,
it's
you're
fucking
being
expensive.
pessimistic,
Well, no, I'm being a realist. I mean, it sounds cool. I mean, they'll do probes and like
and we're also talking about a
robotic
game
shit.
here, bro.
we
Oh
might
no, I know. I'm just saying, but I mean, you're talking about
Well,
realistic. When you're talking about realistic concepts and stuff. I mean,
But
maybe
we have to add equal parts realism to optimism.
I think there
sure,
could be things that trigger it. Like maybe there is like a not a extinction level
like a
asteroid hit,
plague
but
or
a
something.
yeah,
That's kind of
that
what I
could
was
be it.
thinking.
Or
But not,
I was thinking
maybe
like
not even
a near miss with
a
Apophis.
maybe not even a hostile thing, but more of a cultural thing. Think about it. You know, we've been promised, flying cars, right? Forever, right? And they already exist, but most people can't afford them. Well, when certain things get to a certain point, in a positive way, uh, all around the world, you're going to get people who are going to start, you know, wanting to reach further, and
show me
I
these
could
flying
see a cultural
cars.
revival of you know
Totally.
of wanting to do these hard, incredibly awesome things because there's nothing left. You can
Yeah.
sit in your apartment playing video games all day, have your online job, but there's going to be those people that rebel against that and want to go to the next frontier. But when the next frontier is either going to another country and assimilating that country into your being and traveling the world, like our friend Mr. Max, who's been all over the place. What's next for the next couple of 5 generations from now? What are you going to have? You're going to have people that they're looking up, going, we see these things regularly, on our screens. They're the moon and Mars and stuff. I want to do that. When you
Yeah.
get like a massive chunk of people, it might even be, kind of
That
like in Mutant Chronicles, where this corporation came into being overnight of all these people who wanted to see technology advance past the limitations, and they took with them the best technology from every other corporation and came and made this new corporation called Cybertronic that's goal was to go into the next level of everything.
yeah.
And
Well,
I
seriously,
lo-
the only thing keeping us right now from doing that stuff is the cost to get to orbit,
mhm.
like the infrastructure and
Well,
fuel
it's
costs.
twofold. It's the cost and the laziness of people, or the complacency.
No,
one
seriously,
thing
not
I
even
like about
that.
this one thing I like about this is, and it kind of goes back into politics and things, is our society, not just America, but like kind of in the world, the West, it's kind of losing this common vision.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
we've lost our religion, we've lost our sort of idea of like the frontier, we've lost our ideas of freedom and kind of making our own nation or whatever, something that
I'm
binds us
thinking. I'm
all
thinking
together.
along the lines
And
of
this could be something like that, where it's just we're bound to like a common idea.
like when
And
Kennedy said we're going to go to the moon, not
yeah,
not not because it's easy, but because it's hard. You will have those
yeah,
people band together who are tired of just everything on a silver platter, and they crave the adventure and the hard challenges. Maybe there's a cultural coming together of maybe just one area or one country or a brand new thing comes into being of people that say, "Hey, you know what? NASA sucked. Let's take it to the next level." And you know, regardless of where you come from, you want to do this thing. Come on over here. Maybe it's out, in an
Yeah.
artificial island or something, and they decide we're going to bring the best minds together, the best athletes, the best minds who want that challenge and create a United Nations, but of technology, and decide, what, we're going to do it because nobody else wants to do it. Everybody else is happy with their Twinkies and their video games. We want that.
Yeah, but how do you fund that? I'm talking about a small portion.
Well, that's just
small
it.
portion.
Twinkies.
Well,
There you go.
no, think about it like this. Think if all the people like, the billionaires of the time, right?
Yeah, but you're
So
still
why
like
would they? Yeah, I don't know.
Got together and created a new company that was going to recruit all the best people.
why? Like
Yeah,
it's
that's true.
too it's like it's the exact opposite of Brian now. You're being overly idealistic.
I think a majority of
Yeah.
people
It's
want comfort.
wishy-washy.
They want stability. They want. I mean,
Yes, but there are people that want new frontiers and exploration,
sure.
and we are heading to another wave of that, like Shadow said. But you don't need to be super idealistic about it. Like
No, you
ultra
can't.
It could be a
ultra
movement.
idealism never gets anything done.
Well,
Look
no,
at
because
communism.
that's why I said you couple that with good old fashioned American or worldly greed. The next big.
Then you wouldn't have them coming together.
Yeah.
You'd have them competing against each other.
I think we could. What would we call this
Yeah, maybe.
movement? Would there be like a charismatic figure, sort of bound to it? Is it sort of just a kind of a fusion of two different ideas, perhaps?
Well, that's why I was.
The one thing I think is that the motivation would be like we communicate with something out there. There's something that we know for a fact that there's something there, and we know it's there. We just got to get to it.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
that would be a
that
huge
actually.
motivation.
There are plenty of established aliens and proto-humans in the lore.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. Is as soon as mankind finds out about Justin's creation on Mars, which is
Hell yeah.
each of the participants created species on one of the 9 planets, and the first ones we're going to bump into is going to be the Martians, a la Justin's pick. As soon as they find out that there's going to be all kinds of people that want to go be tourists on Mars,
and they're going to get shot at.
It's gonna be like it's like Odysseus, coming across what was it, the Lesbos or whatever the hell, where they all they drink the fucking juices and they all just start sleep. They don't give a fuck about Ithaca anymore. They just want to stay there.
Land of the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, the Lotus. So it's like it'll be like that. We won't get any further than Mars because Mars fucking rocks.
They ain't landed. No human foot, no non-Martian human foot will step foot on the glorious red sands.
I kind of see it like the way Japan was back in the day. We know they're there, and they, we send a bunch of ships out there, and unless they can blast our ships from the sky,
and they got super ray guns.
As soon as they do that, then then Earth goes, okay, crap, now we're in war. But if they can somehow transmit a message of peace, hey, let's do some trading. Maybe the Martians can be brought to a peace table to do some talking.
You can dock at the Phobos trading station.
That alone would spur mankind like nothing has ever spurred us before, other than maybe the spice trade. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what's there, but you know it's different.
All things do bow before the spice melange.
I was about to say I'm waiting out for a melange, man. Shit, that's the only way you can.
Let's go run with that. Let's say in in the late 2100s, we know there's things on Mars.
Yeah.
Then you're going to get either whether it's individual mega corporations or a new corporation that comes together from people defecting from all the other ones wanting to.
Okay, so there's a consortium. Do they build a space elevator to get into orbit cheaper, or do they develop a technology that allows them to get off? Like, if you're doing like a gravity bending thing, I think that should be like a 2150, 22 something, but space elevator before that. So you have a space elevator, say in 2050, 2075, somewhere around there.
I got it already.
And then maybe you want that in the U.S., I don't fucking care. But then
Canada. Go Canada.
No, and then who builds a competing one, and then someone else builds, like maybe the Chinese and the Russians build one together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's
because they share a border.
What is the ticking time clock for the fucking sun supernovaing?
Oh, it's
like
way
a trillion years,
that
bro.
pop? What's that?
It's like a trillion years. It's nothing.
I don't fucking. I'm asking. I don't know. Shit. If it's only gonna last till whatever. Fuck
no,
it.
no.
Why even bother? We're all gonna get.
It's still so far off. Nobody gives a shit. Because once we hit the year 25, we're actually playing the game, and that's where the characters are going to be walking around doing the stuff. So we need to know the history before they're walking around and what they can do. And hopefully by 25, the characters can go, hop on a ship and get to almost any planet within the solar system.
Yeah.
But it's a matter of how long it's going to take to do that. But they can still do it if they had access to the right ship. Whether it's money, bribe, stowaway, doesn't matter. There are ships going to, maybe not Pluto, because Pluto is, kind of almost what's the point other than to say you did it,
well, it would be like Antarctica. Technically,
right.
You can book a trip there, but
what's the point?
Why the fuck would you want to?
Yeah, as soon as one little thing goes wrong, like you forgot to put on one particular layer of clothing, because it was in the laundry bin, and you walk outside, you're dead.
Well, it's not that bad, but
you know what I mean. It's close. If you forget your
I want to see the sun do this. So I'm gonna go to Antarctica.
That's true.
Or I never mind. I'm not even. I want to. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
So in 21, let's say 2149, they discover or detect signs of life on Mars.
Well,
or technology or whatever.
So remember I told you when I was creating that they have like that hex grid that's like just under the surface.
Sure.
And they're like starting to open up. So maybe they start seeing on Earth around 2100 or whatever. Like sections of that being cleared off, so they can see the glass tops of the tubes with the forests
they're seeing
inside and shit like that.
They're seeing or detecting some sort of signs of some sort of intelligence.
Yeah.
By 2149, they're certain there's things there, and they've broken it to the people. The people didn't freak out. And
why is there a green spot on Mars? Why is there another green spot?
Right. So 2150 rolls around, and people decide, hey, let's send a Babylonian 5 fleet out to meet the Minbari and see what happens. We'll make sure our guns are exposed so they see them as a sign of respect.
Yeah.
I love that retardedness. That was so dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, they're that ancient, the Minbari, and yet they're like, oh, new aliens. Let's show them our guns. Let them know how much we respect them. Yeah, that's just dumb. It was just like, come on.
It's like the no lacking challenge that the blacks have. Yeah.
The what?
So you don't know this thing you guys got going on down there? That they just whip their guns out at each other, and if you don't got a gun to whip out back, you get shot.
Yeah. I'm Texan. I always got a gun to whip out.
Yeah, you're also white, so it doesn't count.
Whatever.
You Google that shit, bro. The no lacking. Oh, and that's how the space station got a hole in it.
Are
you guys playing Traveler or GURPS? What do you got? What's
Traveler? Fuck, no, I'm not playing GURPS. No.
Does Traveler?
Traveler.
Okay. Doesn't Traveler have like a timeline how it all went
We're
down?
we're doing our own. That's
Oh,
the
okay,
part.
gotcha.
Because Traveler, like now to 2025 is like a blink. Okay, well they're playing in 2025 because Traveler's more like 3,000 or 4,000 or whatever. I wanted a little bit more down to earth, so to speak. Okay, George, I didn't know you left.
Yeah.
Oh, see you, George.
You were never kicked from the show, so
Yeah.
you don't need to say you're back. You just
Yeah.
like turn your camera on, bro.
Yeah.
Stop, you dumb cat.
So what I've got down on 2150 Earth to Mars convoy or something. They're trying to get there to
God, a great big
talk to the Martians.
convoy.
I know. I knew so.
Mars convoy.
Rubber duck.
Yep.
Great.
It was C.W. McCaw or something like that. I was in fourth grade when that song came out. It was the biggest thing of that summer.
Don't lie. You were like 40,000
Everybody
years
bought
old when
a
that song
CD
came out.
after that one.
Keep on trucking on your jacket.
Well, my mom worked for React at the time, which was the Channel 9. Most people don't know this, but if you were if you had a CB radio and your car broke down or your semi broke down, you sure you could use your CB radio, but there was a Channel 9 where people were monitoring that for people in need, and then those people could actually pick up a phone and get help out to you. So
I thought that was Channel 6 was the cop channel.
no, Channel 9 was React, which was the people who would call the emergency responders and police or what tow trucks, whatever it took to help the guys out on the road, regardless of who they were. And my mom, it was a volunteer thing, and my mom did that. And a couple years later, we bought a gun shop, CB radio shop, because we had already had so much experience in that.
From all the people they murdered and stole their cars and shit. From I need help. Oh yeah, we're coming. Dispatch shot group 3.
I was in like fourth or fifth grade, and my mom was dragging me.
1 second. We're scrapping the space game. I want to play the one Brian just created.
It's like, oh, please help me. I got a flat tire. Oh, what are you wearing? All right, we'll be right there. bring the panel van with no windows. Look for that.
So my mom would take me to these CB radio meetings every like Tuesday night to this bar, right? It's like 10 o'clock and we're getting there, rolling up on there. It's a school night. Well, my mom's dragging me to these bars. It's where I learned to disco dance.
Bars.
Yeah, there was literally bars. It's also where I learned how to play pool.
The rest of the world call them the fence.
And it was an interesting experience, I'm going to say, but technology changed so much shortly thereafter that who still has a CB radio?
I got a couple of those portable CBs,
Motorola's and stuff.
Yeah, they're hey baby. Say hi to the guys.
Hey Mel.
Hey guys.
She just woke up.
How you doing?
She's been napping.
I'm surprised you haven't killed Brian yet.
I don't want to get on the camera.
Right.
I know, but I don't want to get on the camera. Oh, hey, idiot.
I love you.
You two guys
rocks. We're talking nerd stuff. You can't handle it.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Oh, she's always welcome to sit in.
Oh, she can hear us. She's like, what are you nerds talking about?
Nerd stuff.
Nerds.
You guys are nerds.
Talking about chopping people up and putting them down the garbage disposal.
So check it out, Justin. The Earth fleet.
She loves nerds. I'm a geek.
Starts
I'm not
trying to communicate with the Mars people. What do you think is going to happen? Since you're in charge of Mars, sorta.
I'm gonna bring a whole shitload of makeup. I'm like, ladies, I got this makeup stuff. We can trade for some stuff. Hey, even Martian chicks like makeup.
So the first interstellar war.
Yeah, instantly. Don't care.
Okay. Writing that down.
You guys are stinky men, and our feminist Mars world is pure.
It's pure.
That's not that psycho, but
You know that no, I'm perfectly okay with that because obviously a peace accord has to come into being because
yeah.
you know Mars. From what I know of the Mars people that you created,
There's like 700 trillion of them, so it doesn't fucking matter.
yeah, but they haven't developed space travel of their own.
Yes,
You know what I mean? It would be like us if people came to, from outer space to us. Sure, we're going to fight back, but at some point, it's like, well, they just keep sending ships.
But we have spaceships on Mars. Just
But
don't
you know
use
how to
them.
use them.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
We know.
But at some point,
there's a whole fleet. There's a whole fleet. There's 10,000 warships just sitting there.
But they don't know how to use them.
They know how to use them. They reverse engineered them from the one they don't know how to use. You should read
some
the lore package I gave you, bro. You asked me to write a lore package.
Don't read
At
that.
some
That's
point-
from Chat GPT.
At some point, there
Parts
has
of it
to
are.
be a ceasefire, a peace, something, right? Otherwise, they're still at war in 25, and we can't really.
Well, I think it's like a Cold War. Like there's the occasional skirmish, but you know how like during the Cold War, you guys still traded with the Russians from time to time.
Us guys, what the fuck? If I remember correctly, Canada was standing right fucking next to us when we did all that shit.
You shut up. That's besides the
So
point.
okay, so my point is at what point does the open hostility cease? And obviously, as soon as the first Earth ship gets shot at, right, from anything, what's that going to force Earth people to do? Freaking freak out and make bigger and better everything, right?
Yeah, but like they still don't get one boot on the ground.
That's not the point. You know what I mean?
And we blow up San Francisco just because I saw it in an episode of Star Trek and I liked it.
I'm perfectly okay with that.
I think it was Florida in Star Trek.
It's not that far, No.
I think once San Francisco's gone, Seattle will go back to being right wing.
What I'm thinking is the fighting might not just be like, oh, we met each other, we hate each other, boom, 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 boom. It might be like, we meet each other, okay, and then you're like, oh, what? You're trying to colonize Europa? Well, we're already trying to do that, and it might be a proxy war or a war over colonial activities.
Or it could be Europa has its own like society, and we're like teaming up with the Martians to take Europa.
Well, yeah, because just about
it's
every
like Soviet Union in fucking Nazi Germany and Europa, Poland. Hey, let's help each other out.
Well, yeah, basically, since Brian's unaware, almost every planet in the solar system has some sort of indigenous life form.
Oh, okay.
So
mine are from Io.
Mars wants to cleanse the solar system.
Is that's Justin's? Like,
yeah.
How did you get all of Mars? I mean, how is that?
Because we all picked worlds, and I was the first one to say Mars really quickly.
Okay.
It's called dexterity, bro.
It's like Earth gets to Mars, and they say how stupid it is, and fuck it. Let's just go home. I don't go any further.
Raven took Venus. I don't know who took Mercury, if anybody. I've got it around here somewhere.
Yeah.
I took Io because I just didn't think somebody could take Jupiter. And then
nobody took Mercury. Raven took
TCG took Jupiter.
One of his satellites. Jupiter
satellite. Yeah.
And nobody
it's pretty
took
big.
Saturn.
It's the size of the moon.
Omen took Neptune. Nobody took Uranus. I took Pluto.
We all know who took Uranus around here, bro. Don't lie, Shadow. We know who took
it's right
Uranus.
here.
I thought, did Doc take? I thought Doc
like,
maybe took Saturn or something or.
No, he took Sirius.
I'm gonna take Uranus, man. That's
He actually took Sirius.
Hey.
Why
Brian,
so serious?
You want to quickly take Uranus?
I'll take Uranus, man.
Not my anus.
Take Uranus.
You are not taking my anus. You can have Shadow's anus. He'll like it. He'll put it on film.
No, nobody's taking anybody's Uranus. You're just taking Uranus.
The Martians just went to Uranus.
He's taking his own Uranus. God, you're such
I mean,
children.
could you even
Just to stop the joke, they just destroyed it.
could you even like
No, they renamed it to.
could you even land on like the moons of Jupiter? Isn't its gravity so powerful it like suck everything in type of shit?
Yeah, Io. It's they have like tides, like which is the physical land. It just going back and forth. It's actually creating a lot of friction inside, and actually has a molten core of some kind, where there's molten sulfur and things like that on it.
Because I mean, look, guys, I'm not super smart here, but I know that Jupiter. One of the main reasons that we're not bombarded by like asteroids and shit is because Jupiter sucks up a lot of debris coming through space, isn't it? Or maybe it's Saturn that does that.
Can it do both?
It's one of the two big ones. Like a lot of the stuff coming from outer space gets sucked up into those and kind of protects us, doesn't it?
There was that comet that hit it in like the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that.
It was a comet or asteroid. It was something hit it, Shoemaker Levy or something like that.
I thought that was more recent than that, but okay.
Yeah, I was like, I was working as a waiter in college, I think, when that happened.
Jesus, college.
So, Justin, when should I mark down the end of the Earth Mars thing?
Oh, it's active every 30 days. They fucking start warring again.
Well,
you sure it's not every 3 weeks?
They all link up, and then all the Earthlings every 30 days.
Say the first war is like 5, maybe 6 years, something like that. Maybe it's debated on how it ended, because they're like we hit a ceasefire agreement, but one side, not Mars, keeps shooting.
I got it down at 2155 is the ceasefire.
But like every decade and a half, there's like some hot incident that lasts
just because
like
of the
3-4 months.
50 years it is not enough time to completely like understand a brand new culture.
Apollo 15.
You know what I mean? Or Earth, we're starting to like communicate. They're letting people land on one of the moons to talk and stuff, and very easily, the Martians aren't going to give over everything about their culture, and humans, obviously overshare, and there's going to be headbutting, and all it takes is one captain to get pissed off, and he goes back up to his ship and is like, "Whoops, we dropped our one of our nuclear weapons on accident. Sorry, my bad." Something like that, you know what I mean?
Sorry.
So during that time, though, the 2150 to 2200, actually more 2100 to 2049 or to 2050. Obviously, Earth's going to create some advances, or at least the next step to getting to Mars faster, and our own technology always moves up a notch during time of war. It's always happened. It'll always happen. You need to,
So does the Martian one, and they got that alien spaceship that they can research more.
Mm-hmm.
They're always just a more advanced. Don't forget, I'm not playing these. It's not me being cheating. I created something to always be more advanced than our player characters.
Yep.
Specifically to be like the hard antagonism.
Well,
everyone else was creating like gas bags and space hippies. So,
believe it or not, Justin, I'm actually allowing for every planet to have a leg up on Earth in one way or another. But Earthmen always have the leg up when it comes to genetics. Let's put it that way. They're a better life form per se. You know what I mean?
All my people are genetically engineered from some chick that looks like Taylor Swift. Is not Taylor Swift, but looks like her. Just because the joke is
every science fiction story, almost always makes humans better overall. Other races may have this cool, awesome thing that humans can't do, but their flaw makes up for it. Whereas humans are like the steady middle ground, the most able to adapt and figure things out, as opposed to being born with claws and fangs. They've got to make their own, and that makes them actually in a way better than the aliens that are born with an advantage over
I could
Well,
totally
it's human
picture.
centric because most of the characters are humanoid, right? Or human.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think like Thor's people could totally like infiltrate Earth with spies. Like maybe they couldn't overcome us in the in a physical war, but next thing you know, now
the
it's just
Asgardians
infested with. Yeah.
Well, that would be the same with like my people and Earth, because like the aliens that we have that ship from, like originally, if you read the lore document I gave you, originally took those people as slaves.
Yeah,
And
the Martians are actually
human.
transplanted humans
Yeah,
and modified.
very little modified.
One thing
Well,
I'd like
enough to that they can survive on Mars
Yeah,
for whatever
like
changes there are. Or
they all live in like underground habitats that are slowly being revealed, right?
right, waking up, so to speak.
Well, they're like taking the coverings off the top, right? Exposing them.
like, is it like eroding, or is it just they're just
no? The aliens created a place on Mars for the transplanted humans, and those transplanted humans are starting to figure out more and more of the habitat that was created for them.
Well, yeah. Well, there's a fuck ton of them. There's literally like 700 billion of them.
Jesus, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're all chicks, and
Well, maybe like 40-1.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, something stupid like that.
It's like a boy and his dog territory here. The one is just like in some stirrups with a suction cup on him. Slurp, 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 slurp.
You're so stupid.
one thing
Mel's in the background going, "My God, Brian, shut up."
Mel,
What's
he's not being
15th,
as disgusting as he could be.
and welcome to the show, Connor. I don't know what he means by April 15th. If it's something, I don't. It's not ringing a bell.
Isn't that Valentine's Day?
Earthmen
April
consort
15th?
with alien babes.
That's February 14th.
Oh, that's right, February 14th. Tells you how good I'm in with the old lady, huh?
Wow. I'm sorry, I'm 2 months late, baby.
2 months in a day, you son of a bitch.
I gave her some. She didn't give me shit. Except a hard time.
And that's her
Yeah,
job.
you were
It's
2 months in a
literally
day
her job.
late.
Just tell me to shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, yes, Cal. The Earthmen will consort with the alien babes. It reminds me. I saw this. Hey, what's up, Paul? And what did you walk into? We're going over the creation of a Traveler game that we're working on, and all the players are actually getting to help world build to get the universe, the solar system, up to snuff, so that when they play, they actually have some knowledge of the worlds around them. But they're not in control, because once we start rolling dice, then as the dungeon master, game master, whatever, I'll be in charge of that. But they helped create it, so it has more meaning, and it's an experiment. I've never done this before, letting the players help build the world, the game world, and I've heard a lot of people are trying it out, and if it actually takes.
Ivor, what's up, dude?
I was just going to say, what's up, HD? We were just talking about you earlier. You must have.
I was telling that you've embraced the idea that wargaming is a premium hobby, and those who cannot afford it can kick fucking rocks.
We're going to be using Mongoose Second Edition or actual First Edition, depending on what players can get a hold of easier. To me, they're the same. The few little additions in that I like in Mongoose Second Edition are the skill packages that the group gets. To sort of divvy up. To make sure that they.
Mm.
Oh, we're not using their IP. That's why we're creating our own universe to start with, because it's literally Earth and the immediate solar system, and mankind hasn't gotten much further than that. There's still space travel and things like that, but we're not using any of the traveler lore.
What version of Traveler would you prefer?
I was about to
Which,
say, probably find the PDFs for it.
Well, I have them all here. That's why I'm asking.
yeah, it's we're not really there. We'll probably use uh, bits and pieces because there's some things in Mongoose Second that's not obviously in First, and most of the characters, to be honest, aren't going to be like military characters, so it might be best to actually run with.
My character's a sex bot repairman, so
he's chewing some gum. Do you want this a little bigger? Just a little 5 extra more bucks, and I can. It's like the cable guy. It's like, do you want all the channels for free? It's like, if you want them a little bigger, all you gotta do is give me another 20.
The characters that the players are running are literally. I guess I've never seen the Expanse. The characters are like literally the most misbegotten misfits I've ever seen put to paper.
you really should find out there where you can say R at the pier. At least the first season of The Expanse.
Or the book.
Or the book. I can send you the book later. Audio. I think I still have it on my computer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember correctly, your sex bots are all screwed because I gave him electronic STDs viruses.
That's what we're doing right now. Is the Stars Are Bust is a reference to a story I wrote, but it's also Earth is trying to get to the stars, and we're plotting and figuring out. Like right now, we're on the year 2150, and what technological advances have been made to get mankind into space. And we're going to stop at 2525, where the player characters will be walking around in that year. But we need to know what's been developed, so that they can get into space easier and easier, so that when 2525 rolls around, they're not like on the slow boat to freaking China to get anywhere, but they're also not, using Star Trek warp speed either. We want it to be a little more difficult to get around, not impossible, but not just like Traveler where you just plot a course and you hit the jump drive and you're there in a week.
Yeah, I think we had decided previously that they were like going to use gates for
for anything. I don't know. Would you think gates would work within a solar system, or is it just from star to star?
Just star to star. Maybe the technology was developed around 23 something, and the first gate is on its slow boat travel, like the Alpha Centauri end or whatever is on its slow boat travel.
As do we, Paul.
So maybe if we're playing near the end of whatever the first major arc is, it arrives, and that opens up that ability
to get to the next place.
Yeah.
One thing I remember in like Babylon 5, there were gates, but the bigger ships didn't need gates. That might be a possibility.
Yeah, that's probably going to be like a military exclusive thing.
Or like down the line. Maybe that pops up.
Right. If such a thing exists, it's not common knowledge because they're going to keep those. It's it would be a big secret because whoever comes up and does that, they're not going to advertise that for hundreds of years because they're going to use that to their advantage to get out
to lay claim to things like that. That's the problem. Is if you have gates, but then you have the ability for larger ships to do that without the gates, they can just go and deploy gates faster. So it opens up territory quickly. And if we want to confine things to the solar system,
Yes, it would still probably be weeks to the nearest gate from Earth.
Yeah.
And I guess once the first gate's built, you could start building the next gates.
Right, and those gates would literally be like corporate gates. It's like or Earth's gate, Moon, Mars's gate, Jupiter's
Secret
gate.
gates, Smuggler's Gate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If they're not like you can only have so many per solar system, it's just like it goes to like one place or it goes to like a network.
Mm-hmm.
Like you dial out to whatever.
And what I don't like about the gates is there is a lot of control. Whoever has control of the gate controls the gate who can go through it.
Mm-hmm.
If there's like
a bottleneck,
which might be what you prefer. Maybe if there's multiple gates, or if there's like, hey, you could. It's a corporate gate, let's say, but they're kind of part of the government, or you could maybe bribe a guy to get your friends through.
They're
or
probably
like that.
lease out access to it, but it also gives you like objective points for conflict, right? Like, so we try to steal the gate from some corporation or whatever, right? Are you really want to hamper some mega corporations like cash cow? You destroy their gate, so like that's trillions of space credits in revenue that they would be just generating by toll fees alone, right? Let alone
okay, real quick.
The goods they can bring in and out.
Sorry to hear that, Paul. I'm guessing maybe you didn't grow up with it as it, when it first came out. You maybe watched it later on. We're working on the question of one world government, socialist utopia, or balkanized government blocks. It's probably the latter on Earth. And if you've never seen Babylon 5 HD, I don't know the 2 minutes to do it justice. Other than I would say it's like the Lord of the Rings in space. Literally in a lot of ways in the structure and the big. Oh, you are okay, Paul. It's yeah. That's the best I can do without it taking a lot more than 2 minutes. HD. I'm a big fan of Babylon 5, but I do understand how some people couldn't get into it. If you can't make it past the first year, I mean, that was hard. Okay. Everybody knows the first year sucked in a lot of ways, but it got really, really good. Year 2, 3, 4, and then, like the end of the Lord of the Rings, with the scouring of the Shire, the 5th year of Babylon 5 was kind of almost unnecessary.
Aren't they coming out with some new movies of it? No.
What was the actor said? There's only one Lando, and he's a Centauri.
Yeah, the best Lando is Lando Malari.
It's an epic space saga that has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and then an appendix that doesn't need to be there because the cool shit's already over.
Studio Bedouin.
Yeah.
What's his name? That Feral. I've been like binging all the Feral historian videos.
Oh, he's great.
He's got a good one on Babylon 5. It's kind of like, we're like the third world powers in a proxy war between two big superpowers.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Spoilers. It's kind of given away quickly.
Paul, I watched the first episode of Space 1999, and I'm I just couldn't get into it either.
I love that shit. That the dragon, what is this? The dragons from space or whatever.
Like I said, one episode and I was out.
Fuck me up, as a kid, man.
But I really dug Blake 7. So
yeah, Blake 7's cool. Remember, my
Blake
brother
7.
had the model for Space 1999.
Yeah, the
I,
Eagle.
I have a few. I have an eagle around here somewhere too.
Really cool.
Really, I just saw the
uh,
commercial for the Eagle action figure toy back in the day. I was watching a video of '70s toy commercials, and I'm like, I literally had like 90% of every one of the toys in the video. I'll share it with you guys later. The only ones I didn't have were the Japanese toys, and the commercials were in Japanese, but the Japanese toys that came over here, like the Shogun Warriors. My
Oh
brother
yeah,
and I had those things, and the Godzilla. Those things were awesome.
the giant Godzilla. Yeah.
So we're at year 2200. The ceasefire. Uh, Mars are now Mars and Earth are.
races get detected.
One thing I'm thinking is when some of these things could be also like paralleling each other in different ways. The robots, like when do we have robots? Like the Expanse
That's a
doesn't really
good
do
question.
robots much.
I'm putting down in 20 in the sometime in between 2200 and 2250. The Venus lander makes contact, and robots. Robots. I mean, if you're looking at what we've got now,
I got a quick question for Justin. If they're all fucking sex bots, who made the sex bots to have sex with?
No. My character.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
My character in the game is a sex bot maintenance guy.
Gotcha. Okay.
The race I created because Shadow wanted us to all create a group of people, or just people.
Gotcha.
who's
Okay,
got Jupiter?
In a very militant
TCG.
society.
TCG and George has IO. We're still working on that. I haven't heard from TCG in a while. One of the other cast members who's in this experiment. George here has IO, and we haven't worked on the other.
Brian's officially got your rectum. Because that's what it was renamed in Futurama.
Hidden satellite of Uranus.
No. In Futurama, that's what they renamed it to. Your rectum.
Now, okay, check it out, guys.
Or urethra.
Okay, you brought up the question about robots. We've seen Boston Dynamics robots, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen the Love Dolls. You take the two, you put them together, and you have
Cherry 2000.
Well, not just that, but you have robots that can start looking very human in less than 50 years. If you put those two together, you have fully, synthetic, mechanized automatons.
Yeah.
How self-aware or AI or any of that nonsense, I don't know, because I don't think it can happen.
I much prefer the robot from Cyborg. Or was it Cyborg 2?
I don't remember it.
It was
Doc has series.
Seriously, that's pretty good, dude.
You
Cherry
guys have seen Space Above and Beyond, right?
Oh yeah, I love it.
I got it on DVD.
The Silicates, right? Remember, they were talking about humanity start to go away from these humanized robots because they look too human.
No, they rebelled and tried this. They rebelled and started killing.
No, I mean, before the rebellion, they were starting to get away from the silicate design because they were too human. Because they were like perfect humans, they're like models and shit, and it didn't look right. Mm-hmm. And then that's when they were gonna. Weren't they gonna deactivate them all? And then the silicates rebelled.
Mm-hmm.
I have to rewatch it. I don't remember that.
What was the whole test tube baby thing or something?
Yeah, the in vitros.
In vitros, yeah.
Yeah, the in vitros were created to fight the silicates because we needed a new slave labor crap.
Yeah, I'm putting those down in 2100 because we could already practically do it now.
Yeah,
it could become something that came out of the war. I don't
know.
Yeah.
Man, just think how prevalent drones are now.
I've never seen Wing Commander, but I played the
Wing Commander was cool as hell, dude.
I was the king of the skies, brother.
I will feast on your entrails.
I was the heart of the tiger. I was ace number one all the way
All right,
up until
relax. We like you. You don't have to be
up
cool. We
until
like
up until the game that had Mark Hamill in it. I think it was Wing Commander for whatever it was for PlayStation.
He was always the mark. The
Well, the one that he was actually the first one that he was the live actor in. I couldn't get past the first scene. I just got
gay.
smashed. I just couldn't figure out the controls.
Oh, I thought it was on Tubi. It's not.
that movie was. I wanted to like that movie. It had some good parts in it.
Yeah,
Man, that was
it's
rough.
just
That movie was rough.
it was the choice of actors.
Yeah,
The Wing Commander movie.
Yeah,
I really
Freddy
wanted to
Prinze
like
Jr.
it. It had some cool scenes in it, but it didn't hold up.
Well, what were the cat people called? Were they in it?
Kilrathi.
the Kilrathi. Yeah, the Kilrathi were in it.
It's been a long time, guys. 80s, you know. I think I might have that game for the PS2. I think it was the PS2.
Is Star Citizen supposed to be like inspired by Wing Commander, or the guy who made Wing Commander is involved with it?
Not Chris Carter, but I know his first name was Chris something. He made like all the Wing Commanders, right? Same guy.
Yeah.
I even have the Wing Commander. I have some of the Wing Commander starter decks and cards. That's how much I dug.
You didn't remember the fucking Kilrathi? Damn, dude.
There's so many cat names that start with a K. Just saying, the Kazin, the Kazinti, or whatever. There's a lot of them.
What was there was like a there were humans, but they like lived in space and they had like a different religion or something. I remember that in the movie. He was like
yeah, the pioneers or the
something like that.
The pioneers. There were the pioneers in the movie, but I don't think that's what they were called in the video game.
They like knew the stars, or they can maneuver through the
stars. That shit was that was like the movie shit, and it was. Yeah. I don't remember from the games at all. But they had Admiral Tolwyn in the movie.
Malcolm McDowell?
But it wasn't Malcolm McDowell. It was David Warner.
Oh, maybe it was David Warner.
You know, that was
I'm looking at it right now. It is David Warner.
Casper Van Dien's first movie was not first movie, but he was in the first, not the first Wing Commander, but he was in the first Wing Commander with live actors. Casper Van Dien was in it. What's his name from Back to the Future was in it. The Asian guy from Lost was in it. And the famous black actor who was in like everything, but I can't remember his name, was in it.
Generalities is like, it's that dude with the fucking thing, and that guy.
Hey, I can't remember.
The Asian dude, the black dude, the other Asian dude.
Guy. You know that black dude? Yeah. Oh, that guy. Yeah. He was.
We all look the same to you, don't we?
I had Casper Van Dien down.
So it's Chris Tucker and
Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan.
The Asian guy that was lost. You know, Charlie Chan was lost.
You guys got many actor names. So.
Shut up. We're having fun right now. Oh,
I fucking love Ice Pirates. Have you watched that yet, Shadow?
No.
Dude, what the fuck? This guy hasn't even seen Ice Pirates, everybody. Don't ever watch Shadow Return again.
The most memorable scene is like this. We have space herpes, and he's like John Matuzak's like got his like arm. He's got like his arm on the bulkhead.
Have you read the Barbarians from the Ice World yet?
Nope. I had a game last night that went late, and today I was out of the house all day.
It was like less than 2 hours.
But hey, I don't know if you noticed, Justin. You have to say you didn't notice. There's no beeping.
Oh, you fixed it?
Holy shit!
It wasn't at all what I thought.
What was it?
We had a carbon monoxide detector plugged into the wall, and I thought it was only a couple years old, but apparently it was also 4 years expired, and it just decided to start doing that. And I was like digging up in the attic and just going, dude, I was about to take a freaking sledgehammer to the ceiling to find the hidden. It wasn't even that. So I got a new carbon monoxide detector. I got a new smoke detector. No beeping. There is one that I need to change a battery on, but smoke detectors are like $50 out here.
That's normal.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. Shauner will be proud of you. You can now play at his table.
Yeah, fat chance of that, isn't there? I just got to wait, until I die and go down to hell and bring a table and some dice with me.
I can help you with that.
Are you going to help carry the table? All right.
No.
What, you're just going to, kick me down the stairs? Best of luck, pal. Jeez. So,
Shadow,
between
California's gonna kill you, dude. You know that. It'll kill you off.
not if I don't kill it first.
He's gonna get to Texas, and he's gonna say some shitty liberal thing to some Texan, and he's just gonna pull out his sidearm and blow his fucking head away.
It's not even going to be that, man.
And
I'm gonna get to the border.
The Texan that does that will be a fucking lefty.
What's going to happen is they're going to see my California license plates because I couldn't make a detour into Arizona and switch trucks because that's the plan. It's like, okay, just make sure
you're just going to get hit by an RPG. You like role playing games, right?
And there will be a rain of lead and pewter and plastic miniatures for a full 30 minutes.
Gloriousness.
Yeah.
So between
your family will survive because they'll be in a different vehicle because there'll be no room for them in the one with the army supplies.
Wow, dude. Yeah. Fuck. That's more than double. It's almost triple.
Just think of all those diehard fans of giant flower petal light bulbs that buy the newest model every fucking year. They're just
yeah, well, like I said, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, Austin is total liberal. Let's just whatever. Who cares?
I won't be moving to Austin. Hey,
well, you'd be used to the prices. You wouldn't. It's definitely California.
Thanks. That's uplifting.
Yeah, just stay away from. Fuck, dude. The closer you get to Austin, the more expensive it gets, man. Oh, but our gas here right now in Texas, $2.23, something like that.
That's less than half what we pay.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
So we have no actual spaceship engine drive technology advancements for almost 100 years. We got to plug something in there.
What was the last one we had?
Low energy drive.
The number 11 dial. That'll bump it up a little bit more.
Yeah, pretty much have the next 200 years just can go faster, is more stable.
Yeah, refine it.
Yeah, it's just refine. This has basically been the last
warping space
years. Yeah, well,
maybe there's something that
pretty much what I was suggesting with energy bands. It's it does a subtle. It's like very rudimentary of the warp technology, but it's just impeller speeds, right?
Those are pretty good prices. 297, 320.
I could picture these teleporters to be working if it's instantaneous between two places. They would have versions of it, between Earth and Mars, or between Earth and Io, or something, or
teleporters. Where did that happen?
The gates.
The gates.
Oh,
the gates are teleporters, or are they not?
Sorry, I thought you were talking transporters.
Yeah. Well, it could have come out from that technology. We're gonna have we just figured out gates, and now we're making a massive one from one place to the other. There must be some sort of earlier purpose for whatever it is. Depending on what it is, it might be a wormhole, or something else. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it would have some other use.
Yeah, because I want to avoid the Star Trek kind of transporter technology, because
Mhm.
then you're dead, and then you're not dead, but you're not.
There it is. It's
Yeah.
the
You get your like
philosophical.
moralities
No. You're
overriding.
not really you. You're a facsimile of you. You're dead.
Can we not have this conversation again? Go watch the episode where we had like 3 hours.
That's about every other
Yeah.
episode they're talking about that shit.
You
doesn't have to
basically
be that.
you've been
It could
faxed
be.
to Mars.
It could be more like
fax to Mars.
Stargate.
Get your fax to Mars.
Yeah.
Or like Doom. Did you guys see the Doom movie where they're talking about like they gate like some people like part of their body goes to Alpha Centauri and then the other one goes to Mars. Can't be.
No,
Sometimes it doesn't quite work that well.
So in 2200, I want to get like a breakthrough of something.
Maybe some alien came down and helped refine the tech like we were talking about.
Yeah. Well, if it's been 100 years, do we need outside influence for 100 years worth of building the same thing and knocking off corners to make it better?
Yeah.
It could be something with just powering them.
Yeah.
Like we were on fusion up to that point, but now we've gotten better antimatter.
Micro
black holes. Micro black holes could be a very useful thing.
Yeah. Or it's just like I was saying, when they first came out, they're slower than chemical rockets, but now they're faster, and obviously you can build them bigger and stuff like that. So
it could be something with gravity tech.
Yeah.
Make it perhaps something that makes getting off planet, off gravity wells a little easier
without the need of an elevator.
Yeah.
So you have like ships that can actually land on a planet now instead of having to like just dock at an orbiting station. So it's like a self-contained thing. You can just like go to some like office building's landing pad and pick up some files or some warehouse, and like a truck goes to the loading bay at some factory instead of like the distribution center at a train yard.
Are we gonna be doing like just centrifugal gravity, like rotating ships, or we'll go into like grav plates or something?
What right now, at 2250, the first colony ships are starting to move out, and obviously those are going to have centrifugal gravity rings or whatever. The whole ship is rotating as it's traveling, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Say, do we want to have grav plates in our actual period of play? So if yes, they may be like 20.
Yeah, it's gonna be a later tech.
A lot of people around 24 or something.
Yeah, a lot of people hate them because it's too hand wavy, and I get that, but at the same time,
we're talking 400 years of technological development from now. So
right, who knows exactly?
What was technology like 400 years ago?
It was non-existent.
You know what I mean? Like the wheel, it was made out of wood and shit.
Yeah.
And that
guys, I gotta bail. It was good talking to all you guys.
Take care, Brian. I'll see you real soon. And everybody misses you on Sunday.
I know. I need to try to get back to that. Maybe I can do that at the beginning of the year to reschedule everything and get back.
That would put us up to almost 10 players. So just saying.
All right, guys. Whatever you do, keep it weird.
You too, man. Say hi to Mel. Give her a hug for us.
I want to keep it conformist and non-eventful.
Fucking Canadians, man. Gotta love
them. Party on, Brian.
And I was gonna say he's gonna leave. He's gonna pull a Raven and still be here, but not be here.
Yeah.
Speaking of Raven, where the hell are you?
George, do you know what direction you're going?
Well, I try to go the opposite of what side I'm on. Like, kind of, I figure just flip over. Because if somebody comes in, I'll probably be pushed over here. So, so grav plating, yes. So
I should look
that
this
and
way.
that. I just
I'm
mirror
actually
it.
gonna put that at
Around 24. What?
2450.
2450? Okay.
Okay, and
Yeah,
that
so,
could
so
coincide with better space technology. Maybe that's what the gate is made
Mhm.
involves grav technology somehow. Maybe
yeah,
it's making a wormhole.
yeah. Um and if it's only been what 75 years from when we're playing, that means there's going to be a lot of like rotational ships still
Mhm.
in use because that's like long-term
Mhm.
infrastructure.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're
Uh,
working on, Paul. Is that chart? I'm
yeah,
compiling it to notes on an index card, but
yeah.
I'll expand it.
So for the over the last you want there's about a 250-270 year gap of like space travel drive systems
Hmm.
you want improvement. So mostly fill in maybe 100 years, like the last 100 years of automotive technology is mostly just making it more refined
Hmm.
and complex. And so you got maybe like
Changing the power
a
source.
hundred 170 years of that. uh yeah, and then
And better,
Making it.
better batteries and
yeah,
electrical generation processes
Yeah.
and things
yes,
like that.
And also, as you go faster, a whole array of other problems ensue.
Hmm.
Perhaps
yeah,
shielding, like force fields and things like that, are
yeah, inertial
needed to
dampeners
allow you.
and
You
stuff.
go like you can go fast, but you're just going to hit a micrometeorite and it's going to destroy you. But then they develop force fields or something, and
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
actually putting field technologies at
which
2300.
which could definitely be related around like early gravitational technology would come out of that, because like just being able to push things aside with gravity wakes
Yep.
as you're moving. And then obviously, oh, we can do that if we tweak it this way. We now have grav plating. That's yeah, powered robots.
I'm also putting in for 2300 um, uh, something akin to AI, but not, you know,
Not a large language model that people call AI, but actual
right,
fucking AI.
closer to HAL
Yeah,
5000 or
yeah,
whatever it was.
yeah.
the one thing I was wondering, when we first made the characters, we are all kind of saying we're from some kind of hive city, mega city thing.
Hmm.
Perhaps it's probably maybe earlier than 24, maybe more like 22 or something, where
The
that
first one of
technology.
those.
Yeah, the first one of those are built. Maybe it's the origin of where we're from. I don't want you're. It's up to Shadow where he wants to put us. It could be
We're all
somewhere,
from the
somewhere in
line.
space. Yeah,
We're all from the
the
line.
line.
The line finally got built. You know the line, right, Shadow? No, I think it's the. Can you pull up a link to that, George?
The line. Let's see.
You know how to share it on screen? You know how to do that thing?
Not really, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Window. I
Or
could always
just
send it to Discord.
yeah, or drop it in the chat and I'll do it. Oh,
Let's see here.
uh,
Line. I've been watching this guy. He does Timberborn videos. It's a video game where you're beavers making
oh,
and he's making the line in his Timberborn game. Find a good.
What is the line?
he's pulling up a link to it. It's a city that the one of the sheikhs are trying to build. Like one of those Taj Khalifa things or whatever. But
This is the Wikipedia
it's
for it.
That was a good book, Paul. Funny Once.
Okay.
Moon is a harsh mistress. Yeah.
I think I still have a
That's-
copy of that.
Did it go?
Yeah.
Well,
But I'm just looking to see if it has a good picture of the thing, but I'm not seeing one.
let me find.
Well, another thing I wanna put in 2300 between 2300 and 2350. Within the first 50 years of any kind of
Oh,
rudimentary AI, you're going to have breakthroughs in health sciences.
Yeah.
The AI is going to, unbeknownst to itself, be tasked to work toward making humans better, faster, smarter, and longer lived to try to keep up with the AI's advancements. Obviously, AIs will be built with a lot of safeguards to prevent them from doing all the crazy shit we've seen, Terminator and that sort of thing.
Mm. Oh, you just put it in there. Okay, I'm gonna pop up the one picture that I see here.
Okay.
Uh, let me know when it's up. Okay, you see that there? That's a 500 500-meter high or 1,600 feet tall city.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. The walls are like taller than the biggest skyscrapers.
Yeah, and it's I'm looking at the Wikipedia here. 170 kilometers long. So that's pretty long.
That's a big city.
Yeah, it's a self-contained fucking city. I guess we can stop sharing. I can scroll down see if there's
And
more
that would lead
pictures.
to
That's like the first proposed hive city. Like
okay.
they're already starting to they're digging the foundations for it now.
Right, Paul. In doing that with a real AI, it will you know help mankind create better humans. Um, I also want to start in 2300 uh, creating, things like the line, but in space, self-contained, uh, either Earth satellite cities or just, having their own orbit, as like a almost like Death Star artificial planetoids, but
Well,
smaller.
well, um, space elevators need to have a counterweight, and usually
Yeah,
they talk about putting like massive trade hub cities,
Okay,
yeah.
port cities there.
And
And then obviously if you
so
like
where do I
build
have
one,
space elevators?
yeah.
and
So
like I suggest you have like competing ones being built if you're still gonna have like separate blocks on Earth.
the other
Uh,
the other
yeah,
thing would be Lagrange points. If let's
yeah,
say early on, Earth is still going to be the center of commerce and things. There are like the Earth Moon Lagrange point, the Lagrange points. So
L5 I
place,
think it is.
yeah, the L5 Society. It's like sort of a. There's one between the Earth and the Moon. That's kind of like where their gravities cancel each other out, but
So
that's
you
too
don't need
unstable.
to.
And then there's one like 60 degrees angle kind of over in the moon's orbit, which is like the L4 and 5.
The Lagrange points.
Lagrange. I don't quite understand why they are at least those two. I understand the ones that like are like where the two cancel each other out, but those I don't quite understand what they are. But they're more stable apparently.
Okay, so they're in our orbit around the sun. There's
Yeah,
one close to the sun, that's L1. L2 is on the opposite side of the moon's orbit.
yeah, that's where the
Then four and
space
five,
telescope is.
4 and 5 are at transverse points from the sun, and then 3 is the opposite orbit from the sun.
Yeah,
Actually, I should just this one right here. Shadow, if you want to pop
Yep.
that image up.
Sure.
So
Yeah, and it's like between
Earth,
any two
Moon.
two bodies of significant gravity.
Yeah, so
Like
this is the Earth, this is the Moon, and these are the points.
Okay.
yeah,
So
and it'll be similar for Jupiter and or Jupiter and the Sun and things like
these
that.
are like safe points to build like large habitats without needing to have them constantly in station keeping mode.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have to constantly be readjusting their orbit to
Okay.
maintain that position.
That'll
Yeah.
be taking place in 2300.
Uh,
Oh, well before that,
the
probably.
closer ones should start sooner, maybe around 2150,
Right,
give
with
or
the
take.
with the space elevators. Actually, that's
Well, that would be then, but they would start building that infrastructure around the time that those elevators were completed. So maybe
Yeah.
the next 50 years they start popping up after that. The
okay.
first ones, like the closer ones.
Mhm.
Maybe the date you said for the one on the opposite side of the sun.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd
Uh,
imagine the first thing that we built would be the space elevator, and then expanding the station at the space elevator. And then next thing they'll be doing things like lunar cities and Lagrange
yeah.
point L5 and L4.
So they put the space elevator up. There'd be lunar mining camps, then expanding that city to deal with the influx from the lunar mining camps. Then cities around those camps would start forming, and then the Lagrange points. Uh, so basically, what you said, George, but with more like detail in there.
Yeah, yeah. And
Because
imagine the moon would be easier to get
yeah,
materials from because it's hard. It's easier to launch
take
from
off
the moon
from
at that point.
yeah,
I've got
and
2350 as the Io lander, meaning the first contact with Io. Of
yeah,
and
these
we
things
did.
are happening concurrent with one another, right?
Well,
So
I'm trying to get them because I don't want uh, you know we're not going to really start doing the gates until toward the end when they've actually kind of started setting foot further and further away from Earth, one way
yeah,
or another. Otherwise, they're just gonna screw it and say, okay, we're just gonna go over there instead. I
yeah,
kind of want to show that as we're expanding, we're setting foot on these places, and then as we're getting toward Pluto, it's like, well, yeah, Pluto's just a rock. Why don't we go over there?
yeah. Well, you would have people go there for the sake of going there. Hey, Raven, where
What's
are
up?
you?
Yeah, we're just about we're gonna wrap it up hopefully in the next 22 minutes, but if not, we'll go a little longer. But we're getting close to the end of this, and
Yeah.
so I've got the Io lander. I'm also gonna uh, do Saturn at the same time
hmm hmm
because we're running out of room here.
On
For
your card, yeah.
well, not just that, but I mean, we're getting closer to the end of the timeline because we're at 2350.
Don't forget, you can always go back through that and populate it with new things
Yeah.
that you can do.
I'm gonna make a Google document of this, and then share it to you guys, and let you edit and add stuff that I might have missed or things that help
Yeah.
fill it out and flush it out a little more, like Paul was saying, because we want different. Because we're only talking about certain technologies, but I'm going to make a space for like computer technology, medical technology, and any other technologies that should also be advancing. That makes sense because if you do this, then that technology would influence that technology, and down the line. Like with the AI and medical technology, as soon as you get you know better AI than what we're calling AI, you're going to get regimented diets and supplements that if taken regularly will increase the human lifespan, you know
Yeah.
or make you less susceptible to this and that built in, you know uh, antivirals and things like that. So, as long as you're doing these things, all this other stuff will never affect you. Kind of regimens that AIs will be able to plot out and figure out that in the course of your lifetime, if you do this every Tuesday and you do this every Sunday, you're gonna be around for a good long time unless something weird happens to you. Some sort of you know random accident kind of thing, to keep people, not everybody, obviously, these will be regimens for the elite at first, until they get leaked, and then people will be like, oh, what? You mean if I ate salt on Tuesday, I would live longer, kind of thing.
Yeah, but once again, you're like going into the conspiracy thing. They just
Oh,
make it
no, no, just
expensive. Like they don't need to. They don't need to hide that stuff from you. They just need to make it expensive.
right,
Like
right.
it will be expensive by the nature of its existence. So it doesn't have to be leaked. Like
Well, you know what I mean. But at the beginning stages, they're before they make it even expensive. There might be a generation that they hold off onto certain things because they want their families to
why?
because that's the way certain
Nothing ever happens.
uh,
Nothing ever happens that way. Like their families would be getting it anyway because they're the ones producing it.
right.
So why would they need to do that?
Well, to assist in
Like
maintain their monopolies where they have them. Socially, not necessarily
yeah.
technologically, but depending on the social strata of this country or that, they may be like, yeah, well, we're not giving it to everybody because we really can't afford everybody to be living longer. At least slow it down a generation.
It just becomes like it's just expensive. Like
Mhm.
that's how it's always done with that kind of stuff. They just price you out of being able to do it, right? Like
Kind of like what Paul's saying. If your society isn't ready for everybody to start living longer and having more babies, you know, until you can start shuttling them off to other places that are still, provinces or territories of the parent company or the parent country. They're going to want to keep the people, like the dynasties around.
mhm.
An extra generation or two kept in the dark for a little while wouldn't hurt. And then once they get them over there, then obviously, they give them the full regimen because they want their new workers on these new places to do that. But I can see, if you've got like, and I'm looking at this more as like, we have villains built into the system, and some of those villains
Mhm.
are going to act villainous, and that
Yes,
would be a
but
way
it
to.
would be a lot easier for them to put a sterilant into the food supply than
And that might be the case in some situations as well. You know,
yeah.
uh, to make them more villainous or what have you. Um,
Yeah,
so we've got
and then you're gonna have like they realize they're dealing with Martians, which have like 7 billion people, seven
right.
hundred billion people. Add two
So
zeros to that,
at 2350, man's
and a stable society because it depends on how distributed urbanized areas are. Right, that's I designed it specifically so
Mhm,
they would have large numbers of stable, uh, well living people.
mhm.
So
So I've got by 2350, man's made it to Jupiter and Saturn.
yeah.
Then it's a big jump to get to Uranus, but
No, your rectum.
or Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto.
No,
So we
humanity
need
went straight for Uranus earlier. Like they bypassed Mars and everybody. Just
They had no choice. She
that's good.
was wearing underwear.
So when do we want to bring the gates in toward the last 100 years or maybe sooner?
I think like the gates. Like I think it would be a good background bit of like lore if like the gates were built and the other end is on its slow boat to Alpha Centauri. You know what I mean? Like if they don't have faster than light travel besides the gates, the only way they're getting a gate to the other end to connect it to is if the one of them moves slowly through space until it gets there.
Okay, hold on, Raven. So I'm going to put the first gate in.
It's out like maybe it's by Pluto, right? Like maybe that's why you go to Pluto because that's where the first gate is.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the next one. So as we're playing, that's like news happening in the background, constant reports about the gate, like because maybe they've got fast and light communications or whatever.
Yeah, or even light
like an
communications.
Ansible box or whatever.
One, so we'll have to assume that people have gotten to Alpha Centauri the slow way before the gates have made it, right?
Well, maybe they're on that ship, and that's the purpose of the gate is so they don't have to lifeboat back or whatever.
Yeah,
or it's an automated ship. Maybe the ship's automated, right? It's a drone ship.
Or maybe not necessarily just robots, but potentially the in vitro type things, and they're not even born yet.
Or a cryo crew. They come out for like 5
years.
We
didn't do that. We didn't do that. I need to put that in there.
I think they said 2200 something went out.
Yeah, the colony 2250 with the colony ships. But I need to write in addition to 2250, I need to put what is it called? Suspended animation.
Yeah.
Hibernation.
Cryo. It's all. I mean, it's all the same thing. There's subtle variations on the same thing.
God, I don't even know if I can read that. I wrote it so tiny.
They just
God
freeze
love
their heads.
pilot pens.
They have mechanical bodies, but you just freeze the heads, so you can send more people on a colony ship.
Well, if they're going with a gate, they wouldn't have to worry about that because they wake up at the other end and they just gate back.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get the in vitros in there as soon as possible. Welcome to the show, Raven, so that they take the time to create, experiment with making, completely artificial babies and then raising them completely artificially to make, obviously they're going to be very emotionally stunted, but they'll be great workers.
Now, one thing is this gate.
Gotta have your slaves.
It's up to Shadow and setting. But one idea is it a kit for the gate that they're just bringing there to build, or the technology or the materials to do it, or just an expedition that gets there, grab what you can?
Here's the thing.
Or
they're going to have to, when they make the first gate, right? That gate's going to go somewhere, but it's a one-way trip, right?
Yeah. But is the gate functioning as it? But does the gate function as you go? Like, could it be like just dropping off probes, making little satellites, people sending them materials? They don't even have to be on the ship. You could just have a crew cycle crews back and forth if the gate's functioning as it's moving.
Well, I'm thinking like the very first time they make a gate, right?
They probably wouldn't be doing that shit because they'd be worried about it blowing up or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But as they develop that technology, which is way outside the purview of the game. But yeah, the first one, make the first one like it's in like 5 or 6 sections, and then it's got to be bolted together. Maybe that takes like a month or so.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's an automated device that just unfolds and locks into place. And then
how expensive is it to make? Like, is it really just expensive? Because like, what I would do, like, even if it's a kit,
but
you could always just make a gate that's halfway. Every
we're
20
talking
years,
about the first one, bro.
Yeah,
talking about the first one. So it's going to be fucking expensive and not anything our players.
But the gate, okay, it's sort of like you build a gate. Let's say, okay, so 4 light years to Alpha Centauri, right? You build a gate at the first light year. You build it. You take it 1 light year away. You place it. Now you've gotten instantaneous travel between the first gate and the second, the new gate, and then now you just sort of hopscotch your way through as you build things. So you're not like just having one crew like living in a generation ship going out there.
That's why I suggested that be automated. Like it's there. Maybe they've got like an Ansible box. You know what that is, right? That's the You got the like entangled fucking atoms or whatever.
Yeah.
And they do Morse code back and forth at light speed.
I heard you can't even use that to communicate, but yeah.
Well, if you could get them to do Morse code, you can communicate, bro.
No, but yeah, you can't because you have to observe. You have to know what the other particle's doing. It's like you can make effects act, but you cannot
It's
make
science
cause and
fiction.
effect. Okay.
Okay, it's science fiction. Sometime in the next 400 years, they figure it out. It's all that matters.
Okay.
So that's how they're communicating with the robot to tell it to turn the thing on or whatever. And getting news from it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be specifically that. It could be some other thing. But you know, that since the game is not going to be played in interstellar space, it's only background lore.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah, but
making
it helps.
it overcomplicated.
Yeah.
You know, like unless you plan on having a guy having the ability to have the crew go out one light year to hang out in dead space and do nothing.
Yeah.
Having that bit of detail is
It might not necessarily be dead space. That's the thing. There are still, or trans Neptunian objects within about up to a
do you
light
know
year
how
away.
far apart
Rogue
objects
planets and stuff like that.
Do you know how far apart objects would be out at that? Like,
oh yeah, that would be incredibly far.
Asteroid fields are not like in the movies.
Yeah.
Just saying. They should be. It'd be a lot more lucrative.
What's up, Raven? You all right?
It's been an evening. They forgot to put my key. Forgot to give me back my key. I get an Uber to go get it. Oh, I had another flat tire. This time it was really bad. It was all the way flat by the time I came out of the store. And I drove to the gas station, the nearest gas station, and their air machine wasn't working. And so then I drove to the next one, and by that time, the whole tire came off of the rim, and I was just driving on the rim, and the tire was all flat and wadded up underneath the Jeep. It was just a mess. Oh my God! So I had to call a tow truck yesterday and get it towed to Dobbs Tire Auto Center, and went to go pick it up here, and they forgot to put the key back in it. So I had to make another trip. What the hell? Oh my God. Just crazy. Just more insanity. The usual. Typical.
Mm.
But hey, new tires.
As long
No,
as
like
you
spare
stay-
tire.
Pardon me?
No spare tire or donut or something.
No. No, it was
Oh,
there's one stuck on the back, but it was
wasn't spare.
yeah, and I was actually going on I had completely different tires, 4 different brands on it before. As they kept going flat, I had just a rash of it. It's like I
Nice,
didn't have
Paul.
Huh?
I was just commenting on something Paul said. Earth minted the first quadrillion-dollar bill to pay the Regainware for their interstellar gate.
There you go.
You need AI. So we're at 2450. I got 2525. The first gates are connected to Pluto to Alpha Centauri, but back at 2450, what's more or less the height of speedy space travel?
decent, maybe like Mach 7. No, past them. George,
I
what
mean,
do you think?
G's.
Yeah, how many
Is it-
G's? Yeah,
yeah, I guess people can handle 2 Gs for a little bit. That
yeah.
seems to be
Well, if they're
one of the things.
frozen,
No,
I think.
we're
Well,
talking in system, so they probably
I think
wouldn't be doing
Tra-
that.
Traveler has some charts on that somewhere.
Um,
Do I
if you have
think it's
inertial
Traveler?
dampeners and you're not really worried about that, and like
which we do,
maybe
Yeah, that could be part of the gravity
gravitational.
tech.
which was at 2250.
So ships without the last 70 years worth of gravity tech, like older ships, 2 Gs for maybe a day or two, and then they gotta like cool down so they don't kill the crew. But because obviously our first ship's gonna be an old fucking rust bucket, right?
Yeah,
And then the newer and the upgrades, they can go like 4, 5, 6 G for longer periods of time with gravity upgrades and newer
yeah,
drives and stuff like. So maybe like the equivalent of getting to Mars instead of in 6 months one way or 3 months one way, depending on orbit. It's like the equivalent in weeks instead of months.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
So 3 to 6 weeks.
in the Expanse they use drugs to keep you from getting hurt in
Yeah, but
high
that's
G
only
or
like
something.
200 years from now, right? So
Yeah,
Yeah, I would think that they would probably come up with either the beds or the couches or the chairs that you sit in, or actual the suit that can withstand all kinds of crap. Whether it's got
it
a
doesn't
built,
matter if the jelly in the jar gets smushed up against the side of the jar. Don't matter how good the jar is, right?
well, I
yeah,
mean, if the jar's got a field around it, inertial compensator, because
Field.
it's plugged in to
Yeah.
the chair or whatever.
Well, that depends. Like when that technology's first invented, it's going to be big, bulky,
Yeah.
huge, right? So you're
yeah,
not putting that in a suit, but maybe around like after it's been around for 70 years, they can microsize it or miniaturize it or whatever.
yeah.
Gel
And drugs
tanks.
could probably use to like keep your brain getting oxygen because your blood's not
Yeah,
flowing properly.
yeah. So
Take
so
your
like the
blood
the
thinners.
super old ships have that kind of setup.
Yeah,
You got to buy that shit. So like it's an expense you got to pay if you have the older ship because you'll either have to move slow or get drugs. So it takes
yeah.
more money. But you get the newer ship, you don't have to pay for that shit anymore, right?
Uh-huh.
Because you got that device you
A
just
couple
turn
of
on.
questions. By the year 2450 or 2525, what's the human life expectancy on average?
150 max. If they don't have it more than 150.
Let's
But
see.
maybe you got those like you said, the super rich people can get the immortality treatment or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The nanobot repair systems or whatever.
I imagine it's what. So you probably have to cure cancer to
Yeah,
get some big things. There's that whole telomerase thing. Then that might be what you're saying. Like it's that sort of there's something in your cells that just basically tell them to stop working.
yeah. They tell them to degrade, and that's like the thing that the immortal people can get. The super rich people.
Yeah,
They of course can still die if a brick falls on their head, just like in
Sure,
Lex.
sure. But at the same
the
time, if they're having superheroic Wolverine adamantium type of surgery to implant
they're right back.
things into their skulls so their head's better resistant, or who knows, they may even have had procedures that make their natural bones stronger and denser with
Yeah,
chemical additives, to the point where you're almost getting to space marine kind of biology.
yeah, but like I'm pretty sure Bill Gates can afford that, but he doesn't because he's a nerd.
Well, and the side effects. I mean, there
Yeah,
will be side effects.
so like yeah, you could do it, but the odds are you would. It's
That's a
highly
good question.
unlikely.
What do you guys think about this one? Can you swap your consciousness into a computer matrix or clone by 2300?
No.
24, 25?
Maybe the clone, but like you have to do a full brain transplant, and there's the risk something will fuck up.
Uh-huh.
So if you're like 90, you know you're gonna die
Uh-huh.
because maybe it's before the cancer is cured and all that crap.
And obviously way before then, uh, the perfection of clones that can be grown in vats for replacement organs is going to be, you know,
Yeah.
a thing within the first 200 years or 200 years of now. So
Yeah.
that's going to be part of the life expectancy. And to get to hit those upper limits, you're probably going to be, half clone body anyways.
Yeah. Well, maybe like the 2050 is the new 90, or 150 is the new 90
Uh,
in health, because like George was saying, cancer is like one of the big things, and
yep.
if that gets cured, like they're saying, if it wasn't for AIDS, it would have already been cured. But you got to keep the precious blanks happy and in their bathhouses.
Bathhouse technology. That's what we need.
Oh no.
I remember the ship who sang. That's very familiar, but I don't remember. Uh, was that? God. Tell me the author, and I know I already know it, but I can't. I can't
The
freaking.
ship who
It was
sang.
it was written by a woman, right? The ship who sang. I want to say like C.G. Cherry or something like that. Cherry or
Mortal
something.
Engines, maybe.
No. More Legends is about the giant cities. The ships who sang.
Yeah.
Anne McCaffrey.
Okay.
I like Anne McCaffrey. I've read some of her books. They're
Did you
pretty
read
good.
the Dragon Riders?
Was that Anne McCaffrey? I thought that was.
Hold on, I got it right here. The Dragon Riders of Pern.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I
it's
don't.
Anne McCaffrey.
I thought that was the one that wrote with
I got
her.
them right here. I never read them. I bought them 50 cents a piece from my library. Just
I tried to
knowing.
read the first one. I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, I tried, but I was like 14. Everybody's saying, "Oh, you got to read the Dragon
It
Riders."
was only last year I tried, or earlier this year.
Yeah, I'll get to it, but I'll get to it eventually. So we've got enough here to get me going. I'm gonna turn this into a Google Doc. Raven, get your butt back here because now we're gonna goof off for a little while longer because you did come in, and I know this is not in your wheelhouse, but uh, and thanks, Paul, for helping out as well, and Cal and everybody else who helped out with this. The next, oh, okay, yeah, I'll look in the Dragon Riders and see what other books she wrote. So we've got a lot of the technology down, and we've got a lot of the other things that got us to this point. Uh, for fun for the rest of the month, I was thinking of creating uh, either like a cult or a new fad or a new philosophy or something really weird um, culturally, because so far we our people are no different, other than biologically. I want to throw some because if you've been paying attention, folks who've been watching the show, the player characters that have been created are all really, and this was the point, to make them as weird and different from the stereotypical player characters you'd make in any science fiction role playing game. They're all these, they're always, I should say, not always, but they're usually these these what do you call it, competency porn characters, the best of the best of the best sir kind of characters, and none of the characters they made
none of us are we are not the B team. We're the F team.
yes.
For
Yeah,
freaking failing
guy's
first.
My guy works in fast food.
Which is probably a step up from the job my character has.
Mm-hmm. Right. I'm going to work that stuff in, Paul, because I already like some of those ideas, and especially for the figureheads of big companies and things like that. They're going to do whatever they can. Once they get to a certain point, they're going to use whatever technology that they can to just keep on hanging on to that power, because that's makes for great bad guys, and how they're going to go about that, because the player characters are going to, even though they're at the bottom of well, they're not the bottom of the barrel. You lift up the barrel, and that sludge you scrape off underneath the barrel because it's been sitting there for years. That's the player characters, to some extent, and I want them to, rub elbows with some of these people that are at the opposite end of the spectrum, because the player characters are going to be responsible for doing something either heroic or epic or something just completely out of their comfort zone and wheelhouse, but for whatever reason the fates have conspired against them, excuse me, to put them in a position that's hysterical, but yet they're like, what was it, like the mystery men, uh, for some reason, these guys are the ones that fate chose to take care of this thing, whatever this thing is. Don't know yet because we're just making it up as we go along. So I want to come up with, kind of along the lines of like a cross between the Warriors movie, where you had like the baseball Furies, all these different gangs, and stuff out of Judge Dredd, where you've got these weird social groups, like the clowns or whatever, but something, each of us is going to come up with some, what?
The fatties.
Something, some sort of social cultural phenomenon that is that started somewhere and is still going on, kind of like in Batman Beyond, where there's not one Joker, there's a gang called the Jokers. Yeah. It's just the thing that came to my mind as an example. I don't expect there to be an entire society of clowns, God forbid, because
furries. Oh my god, furries in the future will actually turn themselves into animals.
Yeah, I could see that happening in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah.
And this is why my people started with the whole exterminatus thing, because they saw that and they were like, okay, you've gone too far, and you and everyone related to you needs to
Well, I'm gonna bring up something that I know Justin is going to just go nuts and irate over. The Pope celebrates his 376th birthday in a conference call with Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Klaus Schwab, wishing His Holiness well. Something akin to that. Uh, Talking animals.
yeah, and uplift is evil.
Yeah.
And I have no problem putting my personal beliefs into my literature. Mm-hmm. Uplift is evil.
But
so is your slave race of fucking subhuman clones.
Yeah, it's cooling down now.
What?
Right, but don't forget the universe does some evil shit, and people, when given a modicum amount of power, will also do some incredibly horrendous things, thinking they're doing something good. Because, as we all know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
I thought it was paved with Mexicans.
Human-animal hybrids are a real possibility, absolutely. I'm thinking about that as well. Because Justin would not be happy if there weren't cat girls.
They are evil, but we still need to have them.
Yes.
And after we're done playing with them, exterminatus.
Well, they're created specifically
That
with
way, that way you don't have to deal with the kids.
they're intentionally created with about a 24-hour lifespan.
Well,
And then they just turn into goo, and that goo eventually just disintegrates. So there's no evidence of all Justin's heinous acts.
on Uranus.
No, no. I'll be sitting in this chair the whole time. Good luck, man. I know how you are. So I want each.
I'm. This is all you, bro. Everything here is all about you.
No, it's not all about me. I'm roping you guys into this experiment, but the experiment, and you don't have, if you can't get it done by next week, we could work on it and
What?
bounce ideas off each other. But come up with a concept of a cultural phenomenon that affects a group of people that they all want
Like
to.
flash dances?
I don't
The,
care. Just
the no lacking challenge?
Oh my gosh, I figured it. You know, like
okay.
you're saying,
Don't.
Warriors. The gang was called the Baseball Furies,
Yes, it
but these will
was.
be the Baseball Furries. They'll be like,
Oh, dude. And wait. So like the Cardinals would be Cardinals.
yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Oh
that's
man,
awful. Artificial
Yeah.
persons read Friday. Yeah, Highline was an interesting character. I
My
had that book,
Lady
and
Friday.
someone swiped it from me. The book Friday, but yeah, come up with your own cultural phenomenon, something that a relatively large group of people decided to that was gonna set them out, make them stand out in the crowd of the porridge that is humanity in the year 2525. Something just if you want to go silly, that's fine, because we have furries, and that's silly. It's also
Yeah.
disgusting, but it's also silly, especially if you've ever seen the Family Guy version, where some furry is actually a car. You remember that one? They keep bumping into somebody. It was just like, oh my god, that can't be real. And sure enough, it
Oh,
was real.
I support the fine people over at what was that cartoon station on YouTube called?
The-
The furry space marine
Oh, Space Kids,
space gets
I think.
uh
Yeah, but yeah,
yeah.
is that what it is?
Something like that. Flash gets.
Flash
Flash
Kids.
gets.
I knew Gits was in the
Yeah.
name.
the one thought is, you know, how is that we're taking furries, but now we can make them more serious, where people like want to be animals now, right? Maybe in the future, there's going to be people who want to be robots, or they want to.
Cyborgs.
It's not. It's like to improve themselves, or some sort of mental thing where they're like, robots are better. Robots,
Oh
they
yeah,
don't.
there was
They don't lie. They don't
what
do this.
there
They don't.
was it an episode of Star Trek where a kid wanted to be like Data?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
And,
So you got like the hive mind cult.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like the new religion. I think there was one of those in Friday as well, where they were all like becoming a hive mind. Like
Mm-hmm.
the Friday version of the Moonies at the airport she bumped into.
mhm.
They were all doing that. I think I can't remember. I've seen that somewhere. Uh, so you got the brain link people that are like slowly becoming the Borg.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they have to put them down in like 2024 or
It could be an offshoot of
something like
Christianity
that.
or something like that.
Or
Well,
keep
You know,
saying
well,
they just
2024. This fucking this year. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
24, 40
24.
or something
Well,
like
whatever
that.
whatever the phenomenon is, I want it to be current, so that you guys might have to bump into your own creation.
Oh yeah. Definitely there would be like they would be the equivalent of like the Mooney group
Yep.
at,
So
at the fucking
whatever
airport that are like trying to convert you to their religion.
Yes.
You know, like, and then occasionally one of them self-immolates or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's the transhumanists and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where
Well, that's what I'm
they're
talking
trying to
about. Like
transcend that.
Mm-hmm.
they've all got like one consciousness, and they're like trying to be the perfect entity, and
And they could very well be,
they augment
and if I was,
individuals
oh,
for
excuse me, guys.
specialized tasks.
If it was my thing, I would actually have them actually under the control of some individual, who's indoctrinated. The cult leader is, done whatever, and now
Yeah,
they're
is
literally
secretly is secretly not bound by the collective.
right. He's like
Yeah,
he or she is the queen, and they just do
but it's,
whatever they're told. Yeah.
maybe if we come across them, that's like something we could uncover or something,
Hmm.
if the clues are out there. But you had to go and ruin it by mentioning that.
Hmm.
So now I know.
Yeah. Well,
Thanks for wrecking the surprise, Shadow.
I didn't wreck the surprise. It's kind of a no brainer, as from a DM perspective. You
Yeah,
want,
but you're not supposed to tell me. You're not supposed to tell the players. You're supposed to be like,
well, maybe,
oh, it's fake. Oh, I had no idea. I thought they were actually nuts. That's me acting like I would have in the moment, if you didn't get it out there. Shadow's like looking at Messenger with Raven.
yeah, no, I
My
got,
tire popped again. It popped again.
I know.
Honest.
When I was going over there to, Raven had sent me a message a while ago, just saying thanks for sending her the link, and I'm like, well, get in here, and then I saw that Grandma RPG Grandma had posted something on Facebook, and I'm like, I can't watch. I got to go back to the show. Um, but if you, I was going to say, if you want to have a secret thing, you know what I mean, like the mystery or whatever, you can like not share it with the group and then just send it to me, so only two people will know about it, and maybe leave it vague so I can twist it to even make it a surprise for the
No,
creator.
I'm just fucking with you.
I know,
You
but
fucking that was like a decent thing that you could have like surprised the group with.
mhm. But there's so many of those things that I can do that with, on so
Yeah.
many different, the mastermind behind the evil plot is, I mean, there's hundreds of them we came up with today. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Who it is in a lot of cases is the mystery. Because it doesn't always have to be the Jeff Bezos or Klaus Schwab guy. It could be, what was the guy's name in Blade Runner? The mousy guy who had the crush on Daryl Hannah's character.
I don't remember, man.
But you know the character I'm talking about, the guy who made all the
Vaguely.
robots. But
Yeah.
you'd never think it was actually him behind the scenes, but it
But
was. I would
I
imagine.
also have a crush on Daryl Hannah from 40 years ago.
Yeah, not my type, but I understand.
Shut
And
up, gay.
well, I was just gonna say, if I did, I certainly wouldn't have treated her the same way Jackson Brown did. Just saying. Yeah, what a dick. I love his music, but what a dick.
Yeah.
I mean, the women were just throwing themselves at him, and just like,
Oh.
I was actually thinking about Luddites, Paul, but I was thinking about them as like, uh, uh, not that way, but like, the players come to a planet and they bump into a bunch of people who just absolutely, hate modern technology. They're still wearing,
Yeah.
Levi's and T-shirts or something, old, or like Amish, like the Amish in the future, something to that extent.
One
Uh,
thing I'm doing with my daughter, we're making this space cowboy setting, and the people that came out went out in generation ships. Now they're kind of interacting again with the people from Earth, and they're virulently anti-robot. So there's a sort of like, shoot robots on site kind of thing.
It's a good question, Paul. I like that, George. I imagine there'd be like two kinds of clones. There'd be clones that were created as citizens, specifically to bolster the population through breeding clones with people. Like that way you'd get more people. Go ahead, Justin.
Okay, so Brown sued Fox for claiming that and won the defamation lawsuit.
Really?
Yeah, because
was it
there's
for?
no evidence that he ever assaulted Daryl Hannah.
Really?
And they both deny it. So
Oh, they both do?
yeah, from what I'm understanding from the Wikipedia thing.
Okay.
So yeah, and Fox had to pay him. So
Who's Fox?
news.
Oh, okay. It was Fox News. It was so
Yeah,
long ago.
and do you know how often celebrities win defamation suits? Never.
Rarely.
Never.
Really?
So
Huh.
yeah.
Okay. Well,
Johnny
good
Depp.
good on them. Because, like I said, I love his music, but you just don't hit women. It's just
Who was it?
yeah, obviously, if she comes at
Jackson
you
Brown.
with machete, you got to do
Yeah.
something.
Jackson Brown. Now, how the
Jackson
fuck do you
Brown.
fuck up a relationship with
Warriors
Daryl
in
Hannah?
Love, Jackson Brown?
I don't know. I've never even heard of him before today. Okay, bro.
Running on Empty, the song "Running on Empty,"
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
or "Doctor My Eyes." He's an old '70s guy who's practically one of the Eagles, but not really. Or maybe I don't know. I have to look into that too. But he was like next door neighbors with them, and they did some stuff together. But anyways, I'm going way off the subject. With the clones, there's probably going to be clones that are created as more or less free citizens. If you clone yourself, uh, why would you clone yourself if it wasn't to like harvest the organs, or because you're going
Or
to?
get down and get freaky. You get freaky with yourself.
What
Yeah,
was
I
that
mean,
movie?
if you
Multiplicity.
pay for the clone, you paid for the clone, therefore it's property. You know what I mean?
Well, that could be a thing going around at that time. Is like the clones' rights movement. So
Mhm.
clones are like
Yeah.
property, and then there's like the like free the clones. Clones for
But
people
it's the same. But, it's the same.
too.
But that would be like granting robots freedom. You paid for the robot; it's
Yeah.
your.
Well, that's it's slavery, right? It's like an anti-slavery movement.
Well,
And yes, there would be people who would do that, but then the other argument would be fine. I'm not paying for any more clones. So fuck your clone uprising.
yeah.
Yeah.
One thing would be
Yeah.
is
Well,
in the sort of a
yeah.
frontier sense, like if there's a colony and you're kind of not being checked in as much.
Well, you just like
And
dropped your mic or something for a minute there.
oh,
But yeah, there would be free clones, and then there would be, you know, property clones.
Yeah.
yeah. Can you guys hear
Just-
me?
Yeah.
Is so one of the things could be is it might necessarily be like something about a law, just people are just doing it against the law. Like so some guys mining dilithium in like the bowels of some planet, nobody's checking up on him, and he's like,
Yeah.
I got so much work to do, I'm gonna clone myself, and then he's just enslaved his clone.
Yeah. They just kept mining Praxis.
Mhm.
Like they told him to stop mining Praxis, but they just kept mining that dilithium out of Praxis, and then fucking the Praxis blew up, and now the fucking Klingon Empire is collapsing. We told you to stop mining dilithium on Praxis, bro.
Yeah.
Half the fucking moon's gone.
Remember the Star Trek episode where Harry Mudd was delivering women to this planet of wealthy dilithium miners?
Yep.
And they-
Clones, depending on world by world would have probably different specific rules
Well,
and laws. You
you're
know,
thinking interstellar again, right? Like, so
well, no,
it's like space
like
stations and
the clones on Earth might be different than the clones on Luna.
yeah, okay. So maybe like the the it's instead of the underground railroad, it's the underground space elevator.
Yeah.
The other thing, it doesn't necessarily even have to be clones.
So
It could
it's
just be
also fake.
it doesn't even have to be clones. It could just be synthetic life,
Yeah.
life that's made has no contact with anything from the living system before, except for raw materials. Like you're just literally creating proteins and nucleic acids and all
Or
sorts
in
of stuff.
vitros, right? Like the in
Mhm.
vitros from Space Above and Beyond
Mhm.
weren't born. They weren't from embryos. They were just like,
Yeah,
let's mix up some peptides in a test tube and pour them in a
yeah.
vat. And
I think they have made the first cell. I'm not quite sure, like a first artificial cell, or at least they've made like a cell wall or
Oh,
something.
I heard about that
put
the other
something
day
in.
too.
yeah. If you're popping that shit like 200
Yes,
gallons,
it literally would, Paul. Depending on why the clone was created, would determine its legal status.
yeah,
If like a government made them for citizens, then they're citizens. If they made them for soldiers and they're never getting out of the army, then
they're property.
most people probably would be quite happy to have those soldier clones defending their borders or their country, their kingdom, their continent, their
And
planet,
Yeah.
and
so
there would
they don't have to.
there would definitely be a push for that on Earth after they found out how many people were actually living under the surface of Mars.
What was that Kurt Russell movie where they had like the soldiers? I
The
think it was called
Universal Soldier.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it's called Soldier.
Yeah, Soldier.
Yeah, and then he had yes. Is that supposed to be? People are saying that it's supposed to be in the
Yes, Enemy
in the
Mine Universe.
one of those. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Enemy Mine Universe.
Either Enemy Mine or the
I can't think of the name.
the Alien.
Alien
Soldier.
and what you call it? Alien and apparently Alien and gosh, I can't think of the name. Blade Runner.
Blade Runner.
Uh-huh. Alien and Blade Runner are supposed to be in the same.
I thought it was the one with Sean Connery. The
Outlander.
Yeah, the Outland.
All three could literally be part of the same universe.
Highlander.
No.
Highlander and Outlander. Oh, see, I told you, Highlander 2 was the better Highlander.
Yeah, Highlander 2 is a good film. It's just not a good Highlander film.
Yeah.
Right?
The sex pot industry versus the sex clone industry as a proxy war between governments.
Yeah.
Oh, my battery's about to die. I got to go downstairs, guys. Whoa,
I thought Soldier was on Tubi. I swore I watched it here the other day.
Maybe you're R-ing it.
What?
Blade Runner and Soldier are in the same universe. Confirmed. So I guess those genetic soldiers would be
Russell Crowe.
Would be like the progenitors of Roy Batty.
Yeah.
I've already come up with my cultural phenomenon for next week. It's awful, but I think you guys will get a kick out of it.
What?
I'm not telling you until next week.
No, tell me now.
No, I'm not telling you. I want to know.
It'd be breakdancing, but people break things. They just go in your house and break in and break things.
I was actually thinking about watching Clockwork Orange this week. So,
that would be a good one. Cod pieces and milk bars and bring back the cod piece and pointy shoes.
That was a weird movie. I've only seen it once, but I made sure I got it. That's a Stanley Kubrick movie, correct?
Yeah. I forget who the author of the book was. They diverge a little bit, but it's still crazy.
Oh, Stanley Kubrick, yeah, and
that's a good
Anthony
example
Burgess. Anthony
Yeah,
Davis.
the movie is a
And
good example of unreliable narrator. Your humble narrator. It's so wonderful that he became like a big actor doing all sorts of cool stuff.
Malcolm McDowell was in that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. That was Malcolm McDowell. I've actually never seen it, and I hope to keep it that way.
It's pretty disturbing from what I
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah,
But
I'm
I read the book,
singing in
right?
the
So,
rain.
oh, okay.
uh, and I didn't like it. I wish
There
I'd
is
put it down.
there is some interesting if you ever get a YouTuber named Rob Ager, and he does like film critiques and stuff. He has two channels, Rob Ager and Collative Learning, which is because he has like a psychological background, but I guess he ended up doing his things, and he has some great analysis
Collative
particularly
Learning.
Kubrick movies. He has some really great analysis of them. Anything Kubrick does, he did for a reason. Like if there's like a can of soup in the background, there's a reason for it.
Link me those two channels later in
Yeah.
Discord.
Well, I'm honestly, I'm really partial to sticking with most of the things that are in the Traveler universe for weapons. They still use blades, especially for shipboarding and stuff like that. Still use slug throwers, lasers, fusion and plasma guns for the heavier weapons. Beyond that, I mean, do you really need anything else other than like needlers and stunners and paralysis rays and the typical tropey kind of weapons, gravity projectors that invert your body. um,
Yeah.
Something like that would be fine for war, but would you really want that inside your ship and someone's now got to clean up
My
red?
people use the gravity inverters as handheld weapons. They got them like this big, and they use them for boarding actions because they don't care if your ship gets fucked up. Which
Yeah,
is
but I
yeah.
mean, someone's
And
got.
I'm just fucking with you.
I mean, if you're taking over any ship or whatever, all that blood and guts is going to get into the oxygen scrubbers, and it's just a lot of work, man. I
Yeah.
would think that there would actually, believe it or not, I personally think that most weaponry, other than wartime, is actually going to be more and more less lethal.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Bubblegum projectors and web grenades and things like that, because of the money invested into everything that goes into keeping a person, being born to wherever they are. They're probably in a lot of cases so indebted or such a high value on life, one way or another, that they would actually, you know, more important to keep people alive than to kill them, and maybe even more in fashion and morally, as a superior ideology. Let's not kill them. Let's, you know, put them in, through the system, and then, oh, guess what? Free human robots, which would be, which would kind of lead to a different kind of dystopian future. You know what I mean? As opposed to
Mm.
a lot of the ones we see where life is cheap. Well, let's make life like kind of expensive, and everything kind of leads to this other result. As opposed to putting them into the Soil and Green factory, let's put them to work at the Soil and Green factory.
Uh, maybe. I could see that in some of the like poor areas.
And well,
Yeah.
and just to you know, uh, with the way a lot of people on the planet right now don't want people to have lethal weapons, they may come up with
Yeah.
more non-lethal weapons and defense mechanisms to help make it easier to make the transitions. Like well, you don't need a shotgun here; just take a stun gun or a
Yeah.
paralysis ray projector or something like that, or Just I really like the old Tangler grenades from Star Frontiers, where you throw the grenade at somebody and they're all stuck in this goo and they can't get out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just I've never seen it in a movie or a TV show, but it would be kind of fun to see that. Some bad guy is, you know what I mean? you know, some character throws the grenade at somebody and they're all stuck trying to get out, or maybe it even has a narcotic element to it. So if it contacts your skin, it also makes you all loopy, so you can't get out. Try to even get out. I
Mm-hmm.
totally get what you mean by the life is cheap and things like that. But there would be places where
Yeah,
it's
but
a morale thing.
you gotta understand that there's like an elitist mentality that the cheaper life is, the more they want to be sanctimonious about not being lethal. It's like not about your ability to defend yourself. It's about your ability to resist and all that crap. Um,
Daniel Penny.
yeah, Daniel Penny, right? And it's like there are two cases of that same thing happening at the same time, and one of them, who wasn't a guy that looked like Daniel Penny, got off scot free, and that guy had a knife. Uh,
Didn't he stab somebody right in the heart and they died immediately?
he stabbed the person like 3 times or something like that. But the guy was going psycho, doing the same thing that the guy Daniel Penny restrained did, but instead of restraining him, he stabbed him, which Daniel Penny should have done. Uh,
I heard they uh, hung jury and all that.
what
Yeah.
the other guy?
No, Penny.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I know he's
Yeah.
being railroaded
It was hung
for dick
jury,
reasons.
and the judge is changing now, and because they couldn't find him guilty on that, they weren't supposed to go for the other charge, but now
right.
they're going for now the judge is just letting them go for the other charge.
Which is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if Daniel Penny wasn't a blonde haired, blue eyed white guy, he would have never been charged in the first place, or it would have been dealt with quickly and with minimal paperwork.
Mhm. And Paul, do you remember the movie Runaway with Gene Simmons' gun with the seeking bullets? That is something I will be incorporating. I love that thing. Uh,
Mm.
with smart bullets, basically, that'll chase you around corners.
What was that movie with Angelina Jolie or somebody, and they were like shooting guns, and they were like doing that,
Oh
and
God!
they would like curve the bullets around.
Oh fuck, that is on Tubi, I think.
I know what you're talking about. I never saw it.
It starts with a W.
It's if it just it was a good movie. It just was
Stupid.
yeah, like that. Like you wish that could be the case. But
Angelina Jolie.
I think it was her, but I don't remember.
No,
I
it
know
was.
her. I know exactly what movie you're talking about.
It was.
Pointed it like
I think like didn't the bullet go like a full circle at the end, like just killing everybody. Then there was the other movie where it was like a martial arts with guns. Where
Oh,
they were
Equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not on. It's not on Tubi anymore.
Okay, I'm watching Equilibrium instead.
Yeah,
movie.
we'll skip the scene where they kill the puppies.
I'm trying to get Jackie to watch that movie with me, but
I just put it on when he's like,
Just tell them they kill Sean Bean.
I like Sean.
Like every other movie, like
the only thing he didn't die in was the series.
The spy series.
No, the one where he's
Sharp.
Sharp. Yeah, I just downloaded that too. No, it was
what's that movie? It was a book. It's a book. Actually, my wife just got it from the library. John dies at the end. It was a movie as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. She's reading the book.
Wanted
now.
was the Angelina Jolie movie.
Wanted.
Yeah.
I
That's
didn't
actually a series of books. They didn't make. You were saying Shadow? Sorry.
I didn't want to see that Angelina Jolie movie, and when I heard that about the gun, making the bullets go around corners,
Salt.
and the way they did it, I went out of my way to never see that movie.
Oh, you should watch it. It's funny as fuck.
This fucking
Because they're supposed to like. There's a whole mysticism about like the 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 loom of creation or something like it borrows that from Greek mythology, and it's all about the society defending that. And, like Salt was a spy movie, and it came out many years later. Bill, and was absolute garbage.
guided bullets. Hey, she was naked. Therefore, I watched that movie.
Wow.
Dread with some munitions.
Yeah. So
the bullets in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's just like
John must die at the end.
John. Oh, it's a series.
The book was.
Oh, okay. I'll tell my wife that there's a sequel.
Oh yeah. It was written by an Asian guy.
They should have had Sean Bean playing it. just kind of hammer
Yeah.
hammer it in there.
He doesn't die at the end.
They should literally have Sean Bean in every movie they can get him in until he
Yeah.
croaks.
And he should die and like,
Just
like
film him dying.
yeah,
Just
like
actual death.
it's just like yeah. He's in so many films of him dying. They actually catch his actual death on.
The first movie I ever saw him in was I believe it was GoldenEye,
Yeah.
the James Bond movie, obviously, where he was like 006. Of course, he dies, but I was like, "Who the hell is this guy? This guy's great."
Yeah. Oh yeah. I highly recommend you watch the Sharp movies.
Yeah, a lot of people have recommended him to me. I just, you know me, guys. I just
It's not here. I was hoping John Must Die at the End was on Tubi. Oh, it's streaming on Amazon. Is it
Okay.
streaming for free? Yes. Okay. So if you got Amazon Prime, you can watch
Oh,
that.
that's cool. I want to rewatch it because it's been a while.
Yeah. I like the scene in the cult church.
Paul, you're giving me a lot of good ideas. To be honest, because I have used AIs before as like the big bad adversary or a big bad adversary in several of my different RPGs that I've run. And I like the idea of like a Death Star kind of computer brain, if you will.
Mm. Like the
Yeah.
AI in Portal.
I actually had one very long campaign that I had the machine god as one of their nemesis.
In Hyperion, the AI lived in the portals. Oh, spoilers! Sorry.
Oh,
Hyperion.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
reading up about that set of books or that book about 6 months ago, and
They're
didn't
good.
Fuck.
They're good.
I can't remember if I read them or not.
The first one is kind of done like the Canterbury Tales, like the tale of this guy and a tale of that guy. If you have kids, it gets a little tough with the professor's tale, but it works out in the end. And then it gets into pornographic sex scenes, which are a little uncomfortable.
You shouldn't read anything I write, bro.
I don't get it. I think when authors get old, they start writing like sex scenes more. So it's like Frank Herbert, like we're like learning about Muad'Dib and his fighting style, and the next thing you know, people are just having sex to quell rebellions.
I think that time period, like the late '80s or the early '80s, late '70s, like the moral and legal restrictions on writing that stuff had laxed, so they were actually allowed to do it. So it was more like the thrill of doing something that was taboo like a week ago.
Okay.
Yeah,
it is that generation too, because like I always think Heinlein too did a little bit of that.
Yeah, so a lot of that came out of.
I thought most of the Dune books were pre-80s, like 60s.
No,
70s.
God Emperor was in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah.
God Emperor came out when the and then when the sexual stuff happens, it's they're written in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a cool interview with Brian Gumpel when God Emperor came out.
And you'll notice like all that shit from that generation came out then.
That's a name I have not heard in a long freaking time.
Brian Gumpel.
Yeah.
Frank Herbert.
You got to admit, it's just it's just a funny sounding name.
There it is. It's funny.
Oh, and yeah, generally my opinion with Harlan Ellison is fuck him and everything he wrote.
I can't. I might have one of his books somewhere, but I can't think of a single story he wrote.
He wrote like a lot of like trashy episodes of sci-fi shows and shit like that.
He did a lot of TV. I know that, but wasn't he like a mainstay of like Analog Magazine or something like that?
Something like that. Or
maybe he even had his own magazine.
Okay, so I've never seen that guy before. Brian Gumpel or Gumpel.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I thought he was originally like a sports guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wasn't he a twin also?
I wouldn't know. I've never seen him before.
No, I was kind of asking George.
Oh,
George isn't even there.
I'm there. I'm here. I was trying to post it. I was going to send it to.
Well, you're completely off camera.
Oh yeah. There we go.
Yes, that's better.
So yeah, Brian Gumpel. He was just kind of known as being a very
weird motherfucker.
No, just kind of a very white black guy.
Yeah,
a black guy acceptable to white people. I guess.
You did give us Guardian of Forever.
Remember the Wayne Brady skit in what's his name? Chappelle Show. The Wayne Brady skit.
Yeah.
It's like what he goes. Brian, Wayne Brady makes Brian Gumbel look like Malcolm X was like the joke, and like Wayne Brady like takes his revenge on for that joke. Basically, he takes him out, and he's like he's total gangster. He's getting shot at, and he's like pimping girls and all sorts of stuff. It's like is Wayne Brady's gonna choke a bitch? It was.
It's not good, man. It's the problem we have with their people.
It was
that they're choking a bitch.
Yeah,
and that's just a Tuesday, and all the other days.
I mean, unless you ask for it, and then it's a totally different thing.
It was from when this country still had a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then it kind of like, are you laughing at us or with us, or what are you guys laughing at? I don't like it.
You are so absolutely like that. Thanks for telling us exactly who you are. I watched the news too and seen that happen.
Oh shit! It's Wayne Brady. He just pulls out like a gun, shooting at the club. Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah, most of my experience with him was from Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Yeah,
which was just I don't know why I ever watched that show because it was
had Drew Carey on it.
Yeah,
I didn't really like him.
You didn't like the Drew Carey show?
No, I didn't.
Starring Drew Carey and some fat people.
I think it's on Tubi.
The only thing I liked about that show was that brunette. She was smoking, and that was probably the only reason I watched it.
The tomboy.
Yeah, kind of. just kind of a bad girl all around. Uh, I would call her more of a bad girl than a tomboy.
People people really liked it. I never watched it. I just remember one person's comment, and so I just never watched it. It's like, I don't get it. It's like they're just ad libbing. Why don't you just take these people and just do scripted
Drew Carey.
television?
The only thing I liked about the Drew Carey show, there was one clip, one scene where I forget the guy's name, the tall, blonde, geeky looking dude, and
Yeah.
everybody's in the backyard, and he's inside Drew Carey's house, and he won't let them in until Babylon 5 is over.
He also dressed it up like a Jakar Narn for
Really?
Halloween. Yeah, and like
Okay,
full
I
makeup.
didn't see that. That would have been
Oh, that's cool. The guy,
Yeah.
the guy who played Mr. Wick, the he's like boss or something. He's really funny.
Oh yeah, yeah. He has his own or had his own
The
talk show. He was
Colin
awesome.
Ferguson.
Yeah, yeah. He was
There's,
awesome. He was
there's like
such a degenerate. He's
oh
the
yeah,
best thing about that show next to what's her name.
and he had a show like a talk show or something,
That's what
and
I just said. Yeah, yeah. I just saw
yeah,
a clip of him interviewing somebody,
he's
and it
always
was.
flirting, always flirting.
I mean, if you're gonna have a talk show, you really ought to be single. Just say it. You
Yeah,
know, because that casting couch is gonna be like a mile freaking long. You know.
yeah. It's like the sofa
Well,
next to.
wasn't that the problem
So,
with the gap tooth motherfucker? What was his name?
David Letterman.
Letterman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Letterman
hate.
did that
oh
shit.
gosh,
I freaking despise that guy. I mean, if you're gonna
Uh,
have a guest on and then freaking insult them, it's just like.
well, I could see it if they're like being a douche first.
But they
Like,
weren't. He would just he was the douche, and he is
yeah,
so lucky he didn't get punched like 100 times live. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Just never liked
what
him.
was it? Harvey Picar was always there was always a thing with him going on and getting pissed off and walking off.
Yeah, I would have too, but I would have also hit him with a chair.
That was the movie with Paul Giamatti. They did. They would actually use the real clips from the show for those times.
Oh,
Kind of. We have most of the planets with the different alien races on them, and you know where humanity is spread out because humanity is got a foothold on almost all of the worlds. Obviously, Mars is not so much, but uh,
City on the Edge of Forever. Is that the one where they were like having a war and like bringing people into the
no,
death
that
booths?
was a Star Trek episode where Bones gets infected and they jump through. He jumps through this portal and ends up in like the
Oh,
1920s or
he
something.
yeah.
did that one. Oh, that's one of my favorite
Okay,
ones.
Harlan Ellison wrote the spec script for that, but it had to be completely rewritten
Mhm.
because he wanted to like have Bones hooked on heroin
Yep, yep.
and beating chicks, and you know he wanted to make them just like what's his name from Whose Line Is It Anyway? Fucking Brady there. Or
No,
whatever his name is.
definitely the moon first. It's going to
Yeah,
go
yeah,
in the linear. Whatever's closest gets colonized first,
yeah.
and then they kind of spread out in both directions toward Mercury and toward Pluto. And some of the planets will be kind of untouched even
Yeah.
in 2525 for various reasons. There's like Saturn. There's nothing you can't go down on Saturn. You know.
Can go down on Uranus.
Well, you can,
Well,
but it's going
it's
to
your
leave an awful
rectum
taste in
now.
your mouth.
Look, I don't care what you're saying. We're adopting that bit of Futurama lore, but moving it back a couple hundred years. It's your rectum.
Your rectum.
Yeah.
The moons of your rectum are named after Shakespearean characters.
Juliet. Oh.
Venus.
This is not.
Actually, Raven's in charge of Venus. She created some races there, and yeah, it
They're
Venus.
hippies. They're space hippies.
Yeah.
We're gonna nuke it from orbit, but nothing will happen because it's Venus.
Uh,
If
Mercury
Venus
and Venus
was like Abbott and
are
Costello go to Mars, then I'd go there.
yeah, Mercury and Venus are almost inhospitable to like Saturn. You could get stuff in orbit. Yeah, it's a acid hellstorm.
Yeah, that's why the hippies love it because it's full of acid.
There you go. Well, there is one of the things is about a certain point in the atmosphere, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
You could just
Right.
basically go out in like a
it was
raincoat
that an
and
Isaac Arthur video where they had like
Mhm.
floating cities on not on Venus but floating
around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to go too fast because Venus turns very slowly, so you can just keep in the sunlight and have your solar powered propellers, I guess.
Yeah, but it's got
Eldrad,
an alien life form that lives there, so it doesn't matter.
Which I'm assuming is once they discover that there is a kind of life on Venus, they'll try to. Hey, what's up, Eldrad? I saw you posted a video. I wanted to watch it because it tied in with one of my videos, but I didn't get a chance. I'm going to do that shortly hereafter because we're going to wrap it up in 4 minutes because this will be a 4-hour live stream, which I didn't intend. But
we gotta stop doing these 4-hour fucking live streams, bro.
I know I want to get back to writing too, but I got to admit, we did actually get a lot done tonight, and we did kind of stay mostly on topic for 4 whole hours. And if people are wanting to, make their own, a Traveler 2300 kind of their own lore for that sort of thing, or incorporate anything we did. Awesome.
You should take all the stuff we sent you in individual Google Docs and merge them into whatever your document is, so you don't have to like keep running around looking for that shit. I don't know. You copy and paste, and you know how to create tabs now. So
yeah,
just do that. I don't
maybe
know.
Eldred, maybe. And I agree. Unfortunately, the life forms Raven made are
space hippies.
Well, you can't barbecue the spirit gassy energy beings that she made, and the lava ones or whatever those were. They're already barbecuing themselves. And yes, we will be using Traveler.
I will find a way to turn them into fuel. So.
Right, you just throw them in your nuclear reactor and get a couple extra years of life without the plutonium or something. I'm more leaning toward using Mongoose Second Edition because, like I said, it's got more weird kind of non-military characters because these characters are there are no military guys, no men of action, that sort of thing. They're all.
Did I close it?
I don't believe Google Docs does that, and how could they? That would be like just a massive.
No, they can't keep the copyright. That's like not a legal thing you can do.
Yeah, it's not TSR.
Yeah.
Bo and I were having a discussion about that last night. How, well, I think it was Kevin. If you wrote like a module idea for TSR and they turned it down, they still kept it and could use it and did, or so I'm told. I don't know. I mean,
did they pay for it? Did they pay for it? Because if they didn't pay for it, no, they can't do that.
I
if
think
they did that, like that's one of the other times something good Harlan Ellison did was he did sue Paramount for creating a show called Future Cop. Because he proposed the idea. He and Ben Bova, who is a good writer, like Ben Bova, created that concept for a show, and they took it to a studio, and they were turned down. And then the guy that turned them down at that studio got a job at another studio, and they brought it there, not realizing, and he turned it down again. And then, like 3 months later, created that exact show.
My former bosses, the original Simon and Simon, had the same thing happen to them.
Yeah.
I think it was CBS. They brought their idea of their life story to it might not have been CBS, but whoever made Simon and Simon, and then they took them to court and got a crap ton of money because over 200 different things that happened to them and that they discussed with the production studio. They just swiped, including me. I was in an episode, not me, but a caricature of me was in the episode Angels.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm gonna have to actually buy that just to show you guys. See, that was me as a kid.
Why? I think I pulled the scene up on stream one time.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember that.
Oh, it's not saying who made it here. I'm just scrolling past it, though. I know I am. Universal Television.
Oh, okay.
What's the production company? So whoever they sold it to.
But we're now a minute over. Time to say goodnight, everybody. Thanks, Paul. You're always welcome back. Eldrad, drop by earlier. We start at 6:30 every Saturday night. We'll be back next week with some sort of weird cultural phenomenon for our Traveler universe. Something weird. If you guys want to play around, or I should say play along and come up with some strange cultural thing that exists in the year 2525 that, a group of people have adopted as their little gimmick or what have you.
Yeah. The thing I just sent you on Discord, Shadow, is all the editions of Traveler. Yeah.
Awesome.
You want that too, George?
Oh yeah, I have. I think I have the first one. The second one I have. Send me a link.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks for everything. This was a lot of fun. But I got to use the little GM's room and get the little guy off to bed because he's got church in the morning, and then we're hitting the swap meet tomorrow. Woohoo!
Party on, everyone.
So, happy trails. Thanks again. Love you guys.
Taco Bell.